I'm a 32-year-old guy currently using my GI Bill to go to college in a city in one of the mountain time zone states. I'm so busy with school and work, so I don't have time to go out and socialize often, so I have to rely on a lot of the apps to go on dates. I matched with this really cute girl around my age. We had a good conversation, and then we scheduled a date. It was a bar restaurant not far for either of us to drive, so it was easy, and she was very pretty in person, and we got along great. During our conversation, I found out that she worked in a non-cop role at the police station, like a receptionist essentially. And I also learned that she had a roommate, whom she said was out of town for the holidays. She added that she hated being alone because she had a crazy ex-boyfriend who stalked her. I was a little uneasy at that and told her as much, and she said that he's harmless, so I kinda let it go. We had a few drinks and were there about another hour, and at her suggestion she said that we go back to her place. And I mean, I wasn't going to argue, she was hot. She then insisted on driving. I told her I was fine, and she said no, that I had been drinking, and she saw too many DUIs at her job. I got what she was saying, but I only had 2 gin and tonics and was fine, and again she insisted. And I thought it was weird, but I didn't care. We went to her house, and she walked up and just opened the door. She didn't unlock it, it was already open, which I found very odd because she said that she had a stalker and that her roommate was gone. She started feeding her cat, and as she was doing that, I saw a bowl of cereal on the kitchen counter. I touched it, and it was still cold, like it hadn't been there for a while. The cereal wasn't soggy either, and I asked her whose it was, and she hesitated and said she ate it as a snack before heading to the bar. It just didn't make sense, and before you could say anything, she just kissed me and put her arms around me seductively and said for me to take her to her room. Again, she was very beautiful, and I just quit caring about that cereal. We started fooling around, and I went to close the curtains, and she told me to leave them open. A few minutes later, maybe 5, we were in bed, and my back was to the window, and she let out a huge gasp, a scared gasp. Her eyes were at the window, and I turned around and saw someone in a hoodie, and they took off. I heard the steps running on her back deck. I immediately jumped up and ran to make sure that her doors were locked, and of course the front door wasn't. I ran to it and locked it, and right when I did, the door started banging. I went to open it because I was going to mess up the dude, or at least try to, and she told me to just go back to her bed with her. I screamed at her and asked her if she was insane, and she told me that he does this and just goes away. And I asked her, You know this is your ex? And she said yeah, and to not worry about it. At this point, he started banging on the side of the house on the other end, and she didn't seem at all scared and kept trying to get me to go back to bed with her. I didn't want to call the cops because, for all I knew, this dude might be a cop, and she'd know the cops that show up and would take her side. I also couldn't just leave because my car was at the bar and I was terrified. At this point, I started calling her out for the door not being locked, the cereal, and I openly called her a liar. She couldn't come up with any logical answers, and I had no idea what I was into. I should have done this, but my fight or flight was pretty much kicked in, and I told her, if this is a robbery or some kind of setup, I promise I'll kill you both. I'm not some hard ass or anything, but my fear told me to let her know that no matter what it was, they'd have a fight on their hands. And my thoughts of what were going to happen to me were all over the place. I ordered an Uber off my phone and didn't say anything. I just kept arguing with her and asking what was going on, hoping to just keep her talking and in the room. I stayed right next to the door so I could leave ASAP. Luckily, I never got my pants off, and my jacket and shoes were right by the door, so I was able to get dressed. The Uber showed up, and without saying anything, I just opened her door and ran out as fast as I could. I looked back at the door, and she was just kind of standing there. It's only been a little over a month at this point, but I honestly have no idea what in God's name I got myself into. And I don't believe the story of just a girl with a crazy ex based off of the factors I told you. I feel like either a robbery or some weird fetishized cuck type thing was happening. I don't know. Definitely something I'm very mad at myself for letting happen. I mean, I'm a 9-year Navy vet and allowed myself to get into a situation like that. I reported her account on the Uber ride back to the bar, and I told the bartender as well, if they ever saw her, warn the next guy. I've been a listener for years now and enjoy binging episodes while I draw. My girlfriend and I were watching videos earlier, and one talking about how you're likely to walk by 36 serial killers and murderers in your lifetime without ever knowing, and it reminded me of an interaction I had last year with someone who ended up being an attempted murderer. I was attending a small family gathering at my aunt's house for her birthday last summer with my mom and my brother. My aunt is a nurse and works rotation at a hospital in a small community about 2 hours away. And during her few days off back at home, she invited family over for dinner and cake to celebrate and spend time together. She told us that she'd also invited a coworker and her son over as well because they had become good friends while working, so they decided to make the drive. Now, for the sake of the story, I'll just name that friend Kate and the son Chad. We were introduced to Kate and Chad when they arrived, and I know this will sound cliche and that everyone whose story starts similar to this will say next, I immediately got a bad feeling, but for me, it was just a heavy discomfort. I'm very in tune with my surroundings, whether it's a neurodivergent trait of mine or not, it's not important, but I always get a strong read on people from the way their energy shifts when they walk in a room for the first time. They were nice while being introduced, and Kate mainly stuck close to the kitchen to help with food, but Chad veered off and chose to sit on the back deck with my mom, brother, uncle, and my uncle's sister and I. My uncle's sister, who we'll call Tammy, is a talker, and she'll tell you any and every detail about her life, and that mostly includes her tumultuous romantic life. My mom enjoys Tammy's company and having friendly chit-chat about common interests that they share, so that was the dominant conversation for a while. Chad would interject and fit himself in, finding any area to talk about himself. He wanted us to ask more about him, and I got the sense that he was a little self-obsessed and enjoyed being the center speaker. I was actively engaging in the conversation, but I sat there, quietly observing. Soon the conversation veered and Tammy went off about her most recent love affair, and the man was married and telling her he was going to leave his wife for her, and she went on about how she wants to show up at his house when his wife's home and give him a piece of her mind. And at this point, I noticed how intently Chad was listening to her and how he lit up when he found that this man actually lives in his community. "What's his address? I can show up for you," he asked, while anyone would think this is kind of a harmless joke. Something in the way he looked genuine unsettled me, and this was brushed off as a joke, and the rest of the evening went on fine. All around, Chad seemed like a weird guy, but nothing else caused me to think that he was anything other than that. My mom and I talked about him following the party and how she felt the same way that I did. It wasn't until a few months ago, though, almost a year after meeting him, that I learned something extremely disturbing about Chad that made my blood run cold. Told to me by my aunt as well as a news article, I found that Chad was currently serving a prison sentence for attempted murder of a 17-year-old girl. He was found guilty by a jury and charged with attempted murder, aggravated assault, for offenses that had occurred in the weeks prior. And at the time of the attack, Chad was walking this teen girl home when he became violent and attacked her. He slashed her throat, stabbed her in her side, which caused her to have a 6-centimeter laceration to her liver and a 4-centimeter wound to her diaphragm. He then left her for dead. She survived the attack and later testified against him, and after pleading not guilty on all accounts, he was ultimately sentenced to 3 years in prison. The judge noted that he didn't take any responsibility for his actions and showed any level of remorse when he spoke in court. It was premeditated, and evidence showed texts that he made to a friend of his plans weeks prior. He claimed in those texts that she was corrupt and needed to be put down, among other vile comments. My aunt cut contact with her friend Kate, who ended up denying her son was guilty of any of what he was charged with, and she left that job soon after for unrelated reasons. What makes this all the more disturbing is that this attack happened 2 years prior to my aunt's party, meaning I sat across from someone who actively tried to take the life of a teenage girl in such a vicious and brutal way. He wasn't going to do it. He had already done it, and it just hadn't gone to trial yet. I'm driving home from work last night and was cut off by someone driving like a complete jerk. I live in the United States where driving on the right-hand side is the custom and the left-hand lane on a multiple-lane road is used for faster traffic. I was in the left-hand lane of the two-lane road when a sedan makes a right-hand turn at an intersection, but instead of turning into the right lane that is otherwise unoccupied, this person pulls out in front of me. I try to avoid them and maintain my speed by moving into the right lane to pass, but they again cut me off. At this point, I'm quite annoyed and flash my high beams briefly at them. I move back over into the left-hand lane and pass them. No sooner do I do this, but this person is now tailgating me. I make my way to the intersection that I need to turn at and start in the left-hand lane, eventually moving over to the right and making my right-hand turn. Suddenly, the car moves from the middle lane, where one would continue straight through the intersection, to follow me making a right turn. I'm in the left lane again after turning, and they're still right behind me. There's a red light ahead and I stop, but not before moving to the right lane at the last minute to try and lose the person who I realize is now following me. There's a bank and a bar on my right, and I suddenly change course to go through the parking lot instead of back to my apartment about a block down the street. I'm weaving through the empty parking lot and this person is still right behind me, at which point I realize, ah crap, I'm gonna have to lose this guy before I go home. I reach for my knife in my pocket just in case as well, but I don't have it. I realize that it's in another pocket of some clothes in my laundry basket. This guy is right on my tail, and I try to maneuver through the parking lot as quick as I can to lose them. I'm about to turn left to head back toward my apartment or through downtown to lose this guy when I hear a loud pop and think they've just thrown something at my car. No sooner do I realize this when I see a large, nearly perfect circular hole in the front windshield of my car. This person is behind me, and immediately I pick up my phone, hold the button for the automated assistant, and yell, "Call 911." The person behind me has put a bullet hole through my car. I speed past my apartment while on the phone with the dispatcher and into the parking lot of another bank where there are plenty of security cameras. I realize there's a hole in the passenger seat as well, and within minutes, 2 police cars arrive and I get out of the car with my hands up to show them I'm unarmed. When I'm able to look at my car again, I see a bullet hole in the trunk that goes through the back seat, grazes the top left shoulder of the passenger seat in the front, and comes out my windshield. There's broken glass fragments everywhere on the dashboard. 6 inches to the left and the bullet would have gone through my shoulder. 6 more, and any higher, and I wouldn't be typing the story out. I'll keep you guys updated if there are any developments, but the police say that they should be able to use the bank security footage to catch this monster. Update. The day after this event, a Thursday, I received a call from an investigator who was assigned to my case. He told me, "I want to try to recover the bullet," and I think I probably laughed out loud hearing this. "I'm not sure how you want to do that. It went clear through the trunk and out the windshield." And after hearing this, he asked me to come in the following day for forensic ballistics anyways. I worked nights and came in the following evening, Friday at 5 p.m., waited an hour after the receptionist told me he wasn't in, and then left. When I arrived at work for my shift and sat down at my desk, I got a call from the investigator apologizing for not being at the police station. I don't know if you heard the news, but there was another shooting last night at 8 p.m. I was also working that case, and this actually has everything to do with you. He explained to me that there had been a drug deal that went wrong the night before at a nearby gas station, and the one person involved was in the hospital. The same vehicle that officers had identified in my case had been requisitioned as evidence in the second shooting only 22 hours later. I changed my license plate as soon as the tax commissioner's office opened Monday morning. I don't want any of this to come back to me in any way, so I'll keep most of the details out, but here's what I do know. I won't be able to have a case since the bullet couldn't be recovered. More on that shortly. The people involved that shot my car and the other individual who ended up shooting them in the drug deal would all be facing significant felony charges, likely life in prison, with or without the charges my case would have added. I don't know yet if the shooter in the hospital will survive, but it will determine a lot about the nature of the charges. I won't say anything else about that for a number of reasons, but let's just say that there have been a lot of bizarre coincidences that followed. The bullet was a relatively large, high-velocity rifle round, so The bullet trajectory showed no deviation in the path of the travel through the entire vehicle. There was a perfectly straight line in the ballistic rods from the trunk, through the seats, all the way to the exit point in the windshield. If the bullet had hit me, well, I'd rather not think about that. Even if it only hit my shoulder in the spot where it passed through the passenger seat, it would have meant massive trauma. I definitely consider myself very lucky to have walked away from that, uninjured. About 2 weeks ago, I booked an Airbnb in another country. I was going there for a concert. The room was cheap, so I knew that I wasn't going to stay in a 5-star hotel, but it was only for one night, so I didn't mind as long as I had a bed. And to start off, it already wasn't a great trip because my data roaming apparently didn't work in that country at all. I logged into a cafe Wi-Fi and planned my route in advance as best I could, and I managed to be at the house in time and rang the only bell and waited. Nobody came out. I repeatedly rang and waited 5 minutes, and I noticed the door had a slot for mail and looked through it. And I was shocked to see an entrance that looked like an abandoned barn. A super dusty couch right in front of the door, pieces of furniture covered in cloth, very dirty and extremely old, and I usually love old houses, but that just did not look like a house that was in use or prepared for guests at all. I wondered if I was at the wrong house and what to do now. As a super old, unwashed-looking guy walked towards the door from the street, I asked him if he knew where the Airbnb was, and he mumbled something which I interpreted as positive, so I asked him if he was Tim, my host, and he said yes and opened the door for me. Well, I already described the entrance. The centerpiece was definitely the super old creaky staircase that led to the upper part of the house, and I followed him upstairs. He was heaving and coughing and stinking of cigarettes, which wasn't exactly pleasant, but fine, I guess. And the second floor was also abandoned looking, super dark, with clustered furniture hung with cloth and randomly thrown together in a super creepy curtain that I couldn't catch a glimpse behind. Another stair up, and we were in my hallway, which was honestly the worst one. Cracks in the wall, old rural paintings and crosses hung up next to them. It seriously looked like the set of a horror movie. I usually don't have a problem with decor like that. I'm a goth, so anything darkly inclined is my jam. But everything looked so badly taken care of, so I got major creepo vibes from this house. He showed me to the bathroom, which had a huge hole missing in the bathtub tiling in the wall, and everything looked super dirty. He showed me to the bedroom, which was honestly okay, and there was just a lot of creepy dolls on the shelves that just completely threw me off, but the bed seemed fine. I asked him if they had Wi-Fi, and he said no, which sucks, and I really hoped that they would have that because that meant that I would have no way to communicate in there. And I also asked him when the checkout was the next day, and he said it doesn't matter, whatever that meant. He then dragged himself up to the 4th story, which was in complete pitch-black darkness, by the way, so that obviously gave me weird vibes too. I definitely didn't want to get in the shower, so I just quickly changed and charged my phone. When I went to the bathroom, I realized that I didn't even notice the creepiest part. There were no locks at all. Not for the bathroom, not for the toilet, and not for my room, which freaked me out, and I also noticed that there were so many half-used items that someone, looked like guests before me, had left there, like shower gels and toothbrushes and toothpaste. A random lash curler just lay abandoned on the shelf, not sort of like a here you go for your use in case you forget yours way, but it just looked like someone left it and nobody bothered to clean it away. I already made up my mind that I would definitely not be staying the night in this house. My mind was just kind of spinning with different scenarios. What if all of these products were left by people before me? And why did nobody leave horrendous reviews because they all got murdered? I was super spooked and seriously debated if I should take all my stuff to the concert because it did not feel safe in the slightest. But my back was really hurting from my heavy backpack, so I just took my essentials and left the room as soon as I could. Not without sliding a folded paper under the door, so I'd see if someone tried to open it in my absence. When I was coming down the stairs, I heard someone turning a key in the front door. I was a bit confused, but in the advertisement it said that a couple lived there, so I expected to see a sort of wife or girlfriend of the guy I'd already met. Instead, a middle-aged man enters and says, "Hi, I'm Tim." All I could think of is, then who is that other guy? And I was pooping myself inside, but I had brief small talk with him and finally left the house. And I was quite shook. Luckily, I made it in time to the venue and the concert was worth it. And afterwards, I was so tired that I knew that I couldn't stay awake for the whole night, so I checked into a hostel. That was also not perfectly clean, but at least they had Wi-Fi and a proper shower and a door that had a lock. And the next day I got thrown out at 10 a.m., so I made my way to the rest of my stuff. I don't know why, but I checked the mail slot again and jumped back. The old guy was just snoring on the couch, directly in front of the entrance door. The strangest part about him was that he was now wearing, and I'm not joking when I say this, a Snorlax onesie. You know, like the Pokemon? And even stranger, I saw that he was hooked up to oxygen, some tank which was slightly sprawled out across the floor, the line leading up to his nose. And I had to sneak past him to get my stuff. I went upstairs, and my door was left slightly open, which I thought was very strange. As I gathered my things, I noticed the hair curlers now smelled like they'd recently been used, almost like that burnt hair smell that you get from too much heat on hair. And at that moment, I didn't wait around to find out or ask if someone had been in my room. I quickly grabbed my stuff and tried to silently bolt back down the stairs to the door. I wasn't really paying attention as I made a direct line for the exit, and I accidentally tripped over the old guy's oxygen tubes, ripping them out of the tank. It immediately let out a loud hissing sound, and the old man woke up almost instantly, gasping for air. In that moment, I panicked. I didn't know what to do. I was so freaked out that I just said "I'm sorry" a million times and ran to the door, threw it open, and bolted out. I don't know if I overreacted, but honestly, from the beginning with those two guys to the missing locks and a checkout like that, if I had assumed the worst, this could have been the perfect setup to assault or murder someone. In best case scenario, nothing would have happened, but I probably would have had panic attacks all night. Usually I love solo traveling, but this all was just way too much. I'm not sure if this is going to be interesting of a story since it happened at such a young age that the story had to be relayed on to me through family. But when I was around 1 to 2 years old, me and my sister were at her aunt's house. My mom and myself and my sister were outside in the front yard, and she said that she needed to go inside for something and left my sister outside with me. My sister was around 5 to 6 at the time and should have never been put in charge of a baby. Anyway, during this time, she had left and it was just the two of us outside. Apparently, someone had grabbed me, and no one noticed until my mom came back outside and I was nowhere to be seen. They immediately freaked out, and my uncle of the time had drove around the area searching for me. He had a feeling about who he knew it was and was on the verge of breaking into the guy's house because he banged on his door multiple times and was ignored. My aunt must have talked him out of it because they ended up just going back home and called the police. When the cops got there, they drove around and ended up finding me multiple blocks away, just standing outside of the very house my uncle said was the guy. They never made any arrests on the guy, and I don't even think they questioned him. My family says that they think once he heard the sirens coming, he panicked and just left me outside to be found because there was no way a baby that just recently started walking could have wandered that far off on my own. Religious delusion. The term delusion refers to a strong, consuming belief in something that is untrue. Religious delusions involve beliefs concerning religious ideologies or figures. Psychosis refers to a collection of symptoms that affect the mind, where there has been some sort of loss of contact with reality. Now, forgive me if this post is a bit scrambled. I just wanted to give some context. I'm on my 3rd glass of wine and contemplating life right now. My brother, Brian, and I grew up very close. Movie nights with the family, family dinners, game nights, holidays, family road trips, all very normal stuff. And we eventually grew up and now, both in our 20s, moved away from home. I haven't seen him recently, but we text here and there to confirm aliveness, and Brian suddenly became extremely religious nearly overnight. I'm talking extremely religious. Now, I don't judge anyone, but no one in our family is particularly religious, and he does not have religious friends. He found a church in his new city that he is giving his life to, and he is completely isolated, and his only friend is the priest. He is secretive about what church it is, and he spends all of his time there, I guess. Brian is there late night every day, supposedly helping clean up, but that just doesn't sit right with me. They took a missions trip to Mexico recently, and I can only imagine what in the world went on there. The only media that he consumes is religious, and he has no friends outside of the church, and he only goes to church outside of work. Before ending each conversation, he will ask, "Are you ready to give your life to God or suffer in hell?" So, you can at least see what I'm experiencing on my end. It's all very strange. He recently took a trip back home to visit our family. My mom says the whole thing just felt wrong. He sat silent much of the time, observing. Otherwise, he looked far removed even while looking right at her. His energy filled the room and made her uncomfortable, and he was no longer the bubbly and affectionate guy that he's always been. He kept his distance and had nothing to say, and when he left, she said that she doesn't expect that he'll actually come back. Once a month, we catch up by playing video games together. We'll play for hours, and this is sort of our bonding time, and I entertain his religious conversations regardless of my opinion. Our last game night, he had so much fun that he wouldn't let me log off until about 2 a.m., and I recently found out that he gave his console away to a church member. I was upset. It felt like he didn't think about what that meant. We are not the phone call types, but we love video games and played growing up together, so game nights were perfect. He called me the other night to address that issue. He gave it away because his future wife, a premonition by the way, is coming, and she wouldn't like him playing with other girls, and he doesn't have time for anything except the church. I know this sounds absolutely too insane to be real, but unfortunately, it is. He assured me that he will be completely cutting me off because his premonition wife is more important than his relationship with me, his family. He spoke with such clarity that it was terrifying to be so deluded yet so sure of yourself. What type of church influences you to cut off family and friends? Apparently he'll be moving overseas to find his so-called premonition wife soon, and I was shocked. Premonition? Really? Our dad called him, and when he asked, "For you to need to cut your sister off, you must feel for her in another way than as your sister." And Brian avoided the question and didn't answer. Yeah, I know. How could it get worse than a premonition wife? Well, I'm sick for many reasons. Losing sleep, and I fear that my brother is in some sort of cult while under some sort of religious psychosis, on top of ruining our relationship with possible feelings towards me, his sister, and I'm a mess of confusion. What in the hillbilly F is going on, and how could it get worse? My mother believes it's his attempt at removing the temptation, aka me, from his life, and I'm stuck between wanting to understand what the hell type of church this is, and also agreeing, let's not meet. No one knows what to say to me, and I can't blame them. I'm mourning what was once our relationship, but the situation gives me chills, and I don't know where to go from here. All I can think of is this one quote that I read before. The more devout they are, the uglier their faith will become, since it's all based on a lie. My encounters with this individual, who I'll call Ben, began in November 2024 in school. He was a friend of one of my friends, Tom, and eventually we became part of the same friend group. I've always found Ben a bit creepy, which seemed to be the school population's general view towards him. However, once we began regularly socializing, I began to feel bad for my presumptions. That was until we were added to a WhatsApp group chat, and that was when things started to turn. First, it was the constant mindless images of gore that he would send, pictures involving torture victims and murdered children. I don't know if the images were real, but they made me very uncomfortable, and I asked him to stop, and he responded by telling me to take a joke and to stop being a baby. And after that, He began sending messages claiming that he had killed a cat, along with disturbing fantasies involving people I knew. I wasn't sure if Ben was just your typical edgelord, which is what my other friends thought, but something about it didn't feel right. Then, one Saturday, I was alone Christmas shopping in town when I noticed Ben standing down the road, just sort of staring directly at me. I waved at him awkwardly, but he just kept staring before casually walking into a side street. For the rest of the trip, every time I turned around, Ben seemed to be there, always at a distance and always staring. And eventually I gave up shopping and went home, kind of angry, and I texted him about it, and he just said that he didn't know what I was talking about. Later, during lunch at school, Ben and another friend, Jack, convinced me and a third friend, Zach, to come with them into the forest behind our school. It was stupid, I know, but I was bored and decided to go. And as we ventured deeper into the woods, Ben started acting strange, laughing and repeating, "Closer, closer." Eventually, both Zach and I agreed that it was creepy and decided to head back. And Ben seemed pissed when he and Jack returned. And when we asked why they wanted us to keep going, Ben said he wanted to set a fire and show us. And after that, I distanced myself and left that group chat, though I was eventually re-added. While I was on break from the group, Ben attacked Tom at school with a homemade blade, and I believe it was a razor from a pencil sharpener. Tom ended up with a wound near his wrist, and Ben was expelled from school, though no legal action was taken. And it's been about a month since then. When I was re-added to the group, I found that Ben had been sending graphic photos of himself doing things to himself and ranting about how he hates his family, blaming them for his misfortunes. I'm genuinely worried. He gives off killer vibes, but maybe I'm just being paranoid, and I often think about that time in the forest and in the town plaza. Anyways, should I be concerned or am I just overreacting? Sometimes I worry that Ben knows where I live and that he's not far away. So last summer, I was almost kidnapped. I usually walk around my neighborhood, sometimes biking, but mostly on foot, and as I was walking, listening to music, a car pulled up beside me. Since I was near someone's house, I didn't think much of it and assumed it was their house that they were pulling up to. But I was wrong. And just to give you an idea of the difference in the size between me and this guy, I stand at 5 feet, 115 pounds, while he looked to be around 6 foot 3 inches tall, 180 pounds. As he came out of his car, he started a conversation with me, saying something like, "Hey, where you headed?" And I responded with a very short and curt, "Just walking around." He then said, "It's pretty late. You want me to give you a ride home?" I declined, saying, "No thanks, I don't live in this area." And after I made this statement, he looked at me and asked why I was walking alone. I simply ignored him and quickened my pace, causing him to speed up as well. Eventually, I came across a house with its garage open, and without thinking, I ran in, seeing an older man sitting in there. I told him that someone was following me and to please help me, and he got up and started yelling at the man following me, telling him to F off and saying that he had a gun. That guy retreated back to his car and just sped off. I thanked the garage man, and he told me to stay safe. And that night, I ran as fast as I could back to my home. Throughout the story, I would like for all of you to keep in mind that I was 20 years old and very naive. You're going to think that I'm stupid, and I know I was. Probably lucky to be alive, and God do I know that, and I kick myself whenever I think about this to this day. I just wanted to get some other opinions. Maybe I'm wrong about him. So about 20 years ago, I was walking down the road in a not-so-great area. It was summertime, and I was dressed appropriately for the heat, shorts and a tank top. I'm very thin and was downright skinny, and I've gotten mistaken for a lady of the night more times than I care to admit, and this may or may not be important to the story. So anyways, I was walking to pick up my son from daycare, and as I'm going about my way, a truck full of men started to catcall and follow me. They turned around several times to yell at me out of the window, and I was getting nervous about it. I was passing a gas station parking lot, and a man not much older than myself stopped in a nice car and asked if I would like a ride. He didn't seem scary and he was attractive, so I said okay and got in his car. Sheesh, I wish I could smack myself now. So I get into the car with him and he asks where I'm going. I tell him it's about a mile straight down the road that I'm on, and he starts going the wrong way and just tells me he needs to turn around, and I pay very little mind to it. He starts to ask me about myself, so I tell him. I was escaping a DV situation and was staying in a woman's shelter nearby. I was telling him how closely my activities were monitored and that I was due to pick up my son any minute. I think this may actually be what saved me. And at some point I notice that he takes another wrong turn, but I don't know the area at all, so when I point it out, he says that he's taking a shortcut or something, and I just go back to talking like an idiot. Then I get a whiff of something. I know now that the smell was death, decompositional death. And I know this for sure now. I didn't then, though. I turn around and look in the back seat, looking for spoiled food or something like that, and the car is absolutely spotless. I bring up the smell and he brushes it off and changes the subject, but for some reason the smell just started getting stronger. My stupid self brings it up again. What is that smell? And he says he doesn't know, probably something he forgot to take out and has gone bad. When I tell you guys that there was not a crumb in that vehicle, I'm baffled. But eventually he drops me off, safe to my destination, and he doesn't tell me his name, ask for my number, or give me his, and I don't think much of it until much later when I smell that smell again. But this time I know what it is, and it triggers the memory of that guy in the car. This was probably 2005 in Covington, Kentucky, and I'm pretty sure that him being aware that not only would I be missed, I would be missed quickly and my movements would be tracked very specifically was the reason that I made it back out of that car that day. So for context, we live in a 3-family home. My husband and I live on the 2nd floor apartment, and you would not know where the door is unless you know where the door is. And our stairs are inside a covered porch area and they're kind of hidden. So an older man with white hair showed up at our door yesterday and knocked on the door. My husband answered, and he started telling us that he was moving into the vacant apartment in the back of the house and that our landlord said that he could wait and move into it in May. Now mind you, we know our landlord well, and no way that she would let the apartment stay vacant until May. And he said he put down a deposit and she was holding it for him. He started asking us all about our utility bills, the landlord's last name and demeanor, to which my husband answered because he thought initially that he was our new neighbor. And he then noted my husband's accent and asked, "Are you a citizen in this country?" And my husband responded yes, and then he started sharing how, it's a good thing illegals are getting deported, and asking my husband political affiliations. The conversation turned kind of weird after that, and we're independents but vote democratically and believe in respecting all people. The man left and proclaimed, "I hope you voted for Trump," as he walked down the stairs. Now, long story short, we texted our landlord and asked if she knew this man and who was renting the back apartment, and she said, "I don't know him. A young mom is renting that apartment." It's safe to say that we are super creeped out, and fast forward, he showed up again today. We bought a door camera and now have him on video. We don't understand who this man is or what his intentions are. Is he some confused old man or someone with bad intentions towards interracial couples? I don't know. I am aware this happened ages ago, but I am now recollecting my bits and pieces from the event and am thankful to be sane and safe. I'm honestly just airing it out so I can get input and opinions because I don't know what to make of it. And I'll preface this by saying that this happened a while ago, 2019, when I was 16 years old, hence I was very naive and gullible. I am aware that it might not be a human trafficking case, but it does seem suspicious regardless. And for context, this happened in a relatively large North American city. It was late December, and a few days before Christmas, I had just finished hanging out with my friends and was using public transit, the subway, to get back home. My friends lived in a different area, so I had to travel back alone in that direction. The subway wagons were mostly empty. It was already dark out, and I recall it being around 8 to 9 p.m., maybe. And I was sitting on an individual seat where the setup was structured in a way that had an other seat perpendicular to my current one, which was empty currently. This one guy, who looked to be relatively young, plopped down on that adjacent seat and greeted me with a smile instantly. I didn't think too much of it at the time, since in all honesty I thought he was cute. Physically, he had a middle-part, chestnut hair and was relatively tall and very slim. Nice facial features, too. I don't remember his face in a very detailed manner, but I remember thinking that he was really cute. He was dressed in a sweater and jeans and didn't look dismantled or overly casual either. And upon sitting down, he greeted me smiling, presented himself, and shared his name. We then started making small talk, and he brought up the fact that he had finished university, which made me ask for his age, and he claimed to be 24, which seemed to match with his appearance. What really creeps me out is that in response, I told him that I was 16 years old, and he didn't even seem slightly fazed by that. Matter of fact, he was smirking and had formed a visible grin, talking about how he missed being young and advising me to stay in school. He proceeded with asking me about what I was doing in the metro, my plans before that, and if I had any plans coming up in the next few hours, to which I stupidly answered no. He then started expressing how his friends had come up with a supposed dare, where he had to bring a random girl over, a complete stranger, to their party or hangout by accosting them randomly, such as this very occasion, I guess. I remember finding it hard to believe, so I insisted on going home about a handful of times, to which he started pleading with me, claiming it would be fun, and if I were to be uncomfortable, he would bring me right back to the subway station. I kept insisting that my mom would get mad and asked if there was another day where we could do that, but he answered that it was a one-time thing, that it's a very uncommon gathering, that he hasn't seen these friends in a long time and wouldn't see them after the event, most probably because of a full schedule. And he also kept pushing the fact that he wouldn't be keeping me up for too long. And I eventually gave in. I know, super stupid, and I still can't believe it to this day. And we had to go through a few subway stations and got off in a pretty desolate area which was well known for its drug use and prostitution and poverty. But to be frank, I didn't know that at the time, although it was pretty obvious. The specific neighborhood still has a pretty tarnished reputation to this day. And the guy, Ben was his name, then revealed his real name to be different than the one he initially had given me and was seemingly Slavic. The name he revealed is most likely also fake too, I imagine. And he then started asking me pretty intrusive questions such as, what are your darkest secrets? What's your home life like? What's stressing you out right now? Why did you decide to come along? And he claimed to like getting to know people beyond the surface level, hence why he was being so intrusive all of a sudden. I, in all honesty, was a straight-A student, so I simply told him that studies were my main concern as of now, to which he answered that there had to be more than that. And we had to be about 15 minutes in at this point when a car slowed down next to us and rolled down its windows. A man let out a hey, but was immediately shooed away by Ben. Ben then told me that the man was a supposed John, which I didn't know meant that the driver was essentially a client in that sense. And I started to get wary but still made it to the hangout a few minutes later, which was located in a regular townhouse. It wasn't worn down or anything. I was greeted by maybe 5 to 6 dudes who were seemingly over 25. 2 of them looked above 30 as well, and they all stared me down and immediately asked how old I was, and I told them I was 16. One of the guys seemed sort of phased and let out a, "Come on, man, that's my sister's age. They might even be in the same school." And they all kind of laughed it off and moved on, and then never spoke about it again and barely asked me any questions except, "How'd you guys meet?" Also, it was obvious that someone's dad had owned the place, as an old man was dozing off on the couch, and we all gathered around a dinner table. The host served me some food along with the other guests, but I refused to eat as I was honestly starting to feel a bit queasy about the situation. And after everyone except me finished eating, we all went upstairs. Ben started playing the guitar, and another man joined in by playing some keys on the piano. They then asked me to film them using Ben's phone, so I did. When that was going on, I honestly started getting terrible vibes and felt the need to leave, so I put the phone down and slowly made my way through the frame of the door. One of the older guys was standing near it and asked me what was up and if I was enjoying their company. We started talking for a minute and he claimed to be an accountant. He then was starting to lean in and tried to slightly hover over me against the door frame. However, I stepped back into the staircase and made it to the front door, opened it, and went out to the driveway. Luckily, the door wasn't locked. Ben followed and asked me if I wanted to leave, and I immediately said yeah, and this time, he didn't insist on bringing me back in. I should also add that right before leaving, I had told Ben that my mom was relentlessly calling me and was worried, to which he obliged. On our way back, he proceeded to ask me if I was genuinely 16 and not below that. He told me that if he were my dad, he would never let me out of sight again, because what I just did, which was going to the party in the first place, was the dumbest thing he'd seen any girl do, especially since I had no reason to do that, according to him. Once he accompanied me back to the subway station, I asked him for a Snapchat. I was a complete moron, or any other type of social media he had, and he told me he doesn't use his phone like that and was fully off the grid. I went back home, and I've never heard of him again. Although I didn't get conventionally harassed, like violence or anything else, and it's a pretty outdated happening, I'm honestly scared that I could have been a potential human trafficking victim, and it might be a stretch, but you never know. I want to know if there's any way that I could leave an anonymous tip to the city or something. I was searching through public records, but I couldn't find anything. But what do you guys make of this story? I met them when I was 15. He was 17, and looking back, the signs were all there. It started with small things. Us just roughhousing like buddies. We were both guys, but it would escalate to them taking me back behind the shed where my friends couldn't see and holding me against the wall and fake hitting me, sort of pretending to hurt me while laughing the whole time. But he did actually hurt me. I would have bruises for weeks. One time, he literally shoved my face into stinging nettles, but my naive 15-year-old self thought it was all good and fun. If only I knew then what I would know now. So we started dating at the end of my sophomore year, and over the summer, things progressed. He used to beg me to give him massages, and whenever I would refuse, he would pin me down and tickle me until I relented and said yes. And when I stopped before he was ready, he'd go back to tickling me. Sometimes he would just randomly pin me down and tickle me, and I would beg him to stop, but the only way to get him to stop was to literally fight him off of me. And this happened almost every single time we hung out, and I grew to dread it, and I don't know why I kept going back. Honestly, I was just so in love with him. I'm 5'3" and weigh even less than I do now, about 100 pounds, and he's 5'7" and lifts weights for context. And I learned a lot about how to fight someone bigger off of me in those days. And it wasn't just tickling though. As I said before, they used to jokingly beat me up, but the force of his punches was not a joke. I would have bruises all over my arms and thighs from them punching me, and one time, I got in the front seat of our friend's car when he wanted shotguns, so he proceeded to punch my arm the entire 15-minute drive until I was almost crying because I kept trying to move away and tell them to stop. My friend who was driving did nothing. I don't know why. He was even older than both of us, and I don't know why he thought that was normal. It wasn't just punching me either. I had recently gotten my ear pierced, and he thought it was so funny to smack me upside the head. And once he made me bleed, and when I told him, he just said he hadn't. And I tried to talk to him about this so many times, asking, please, just don't touch my ears. And every time I asked, all he would do was correct my grammar. And this was over text. I was honestly scared to say anything in person. And here's an example of me trying to talk to him from August 2021. Now, we ended up breaking up and just staying friends, and I spent all of my free time at his house like an idiot. Another thing he started doing was always wanting to smoke me up, but never smoking himself. Huge red flag, I know, but at the time all I was thinking was more weed for me. And I say all of this to explain what our relationship was like and how utterly confusing this all was for me. And to this day, I am still confused why they acted this way. And now for the part where I think he actually tried to kill me. I was 16 now, he was 19, and the day started off normal. We were just hanging out, and from what I remember, this time period is kind of spotty as a memory for me, and the next thing I remember is him sitting on top of my chest and arms, pinning me down like he would normally do to tickle me. But this time, He had both hands around my neck, choking me. Not in a sensual way, like both hands on my windpipe, and I couldn't breathe and could barely talk. And I kept hitting his hands and arms, trying to pull him off my neck. It wasn't working. I was trying to say that I can't breathe, let go of me, but as I said, I could barely talk. And I remember thinking, am I gonna die? Is he really trying to kill me? And the whole time he was laughing and smiling, and I honestly don't remember how I got him off of me, but I think that I must have used my legs and somehow rolled over. The next day, I almost forgot it even happened, until I realized my neck was sore and bruised when I was at school, and I texted him, he left bruises on my neck, and all I got in response was, oh, sorry. And I wish I could say this was the last time I hung out with him, but it wasn't. I actually forgot that it happened until weeks later when I was talking to a friend and she was horrified, so I decided that I never wanted to see him again and texted him that, and he said, that's understandable. And that's all I got. I had no idea what he would have done if we kept hanging out or if I was just a little weaker. Honestly, I don't want to think about it. And I'm posting this here because it's not something I can ever really talk about. Being a guy, the response that I've gotten is, you must have given him the wrong idea. He probably thought that you were just down to wrestle. But now that I'm older, I know what wrestling with your friends is, and it is always a mutually agreed upon thing. Not like that. And I'm still so confused. I'm 19 now and can't imagine treating someone like that. And yeah, our whole friend group at the time called me crazy and said I was overreacting for not wanting to hang out with them anymore, and they essentially cut me out. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, I'm walking here. Hey, Jolo. I'm an English lad who used to be well into camping when I was a teen. Me and some buds used to go onto the moors whenever we got the chance, and we just pile into Chegger's car on a Friday night and F off into the middle of nowhere with some tents and some bevies, some disposable barbecues, and more meat than we knew what to do with. We got into camping and orienteering when we did the Duke of Edinburgh stuff in school, which is basically a series of challenges relating to wilderness survival and community stuff. One of our mates, Milo, had gotten so into it that he'd effed off to join the army, but the rest of us just kept the tradition up during holidays from uni. We weren't all sporty guys or anything like that. Well, some of us weren't. Powell was, and he was a proper mad rugby lad doing a sports science degree. But then there was Cheggers, who was teased for being a proper nerd because he'd studied engineering, even though he was the one with a decent car and the de facto leader of the group. And then there was Brody, Sammy, and me studying physics, English lit, and drama respectively. Yeah, I'm a theater kid, I'll admit it. I was a bit of a rowdy twat back then too, though. So were all of us. We were well aware of it, and we wanted to be seen as polite, sensitive boys. That's why we liked to go out in the absolute middle of nowhere, and all the mud and cow crap and English pea souper mornings, and just let loose. That's what we always did. It's what we got up to on our first night that summer, and what we planned to do for the next 6 nights when we were all back in town for our second-year summer break. So imagine our surprise when we all woke up with stinking hangovers that one Saturday morning, rolled out of our respective tents, and were faced with an old hippie-looking couple pitching their tent in the adjacent clearing to ours. We'd found this isolated forest a year ago and had come here a few times since. We made a semi-permanent fire pit out of bricks, and there had never been any indication that anyone else had used it besides us. Quickly sobering up and warning Powell to behave nicely, We strolled over to the older couple to introduce ourselves and ask if they wanted any help setting up. Most of us were pretentious little scrotes back then and considered ourselves very world-wise and cultured, so we quite liked the idea of camping next to an old hippie couple who probably had good stories to tell and hopefully some weed if we were lucky. You could smell that they smoked, though. The lady looked to be in her 60s. She was thin, gaunt really, with frizzy hair and a kind of manic smile. She had these huge, thick glasses that made her eyes look almost comical, and I immediately found her adorable. The guy was big, built like a brick outhouse, and he had the biggest, bushiest beard I'd ever seen in my life. He wore that old green army jacket that every young guy in the UK seemed to own in the 2000s, but he was much older, and the jacket didn't fit him well. He also wore this fascinating weird hat that was covered in badges, pins, fishing flies, all manner of stuff really, and it was like a punk school backpack but on his head, and it was the hat that first jogged my memory. "Hey, are you Mr. Hamrodden?" I blurted out after some small talk. "Used to be an art teacher." He said he was. He smoothed the beard down and I could see it. When he taught me art in secondary school, he'd been completely clean-shaven. He'd been my favorite art teacher in years 7, 8, 9, and 10, but then he'd left the school halfway through my GCSE years and I never knew why. It kind of sucked because the new art teacher we got after him was a battle axe who had very strong, strict opinions about what art had to be, and I was glad to ditch her for my A-level art course. Cheggers and Sammy had been in my art class in years 7 to 9 as well, so they were made up to recognize Mr. Hanrodden. Not his actual name, by the way, just very similar. You can probably guess it, but I don't want to get sued. Now, Brody vaguely remembered him too, even though he'd never had classes with Hanrodden. I looked around for Pal, but saw that he went off into the woods and was disappearing among the trees. Hanrodden introduced the woman that he was with as his partner, Sainsbury's. This is actually what she called herself, like the supermarket. No idea if it was her real name. They had some Sainsbury's bags with them, so I always figured that they'd just taken the name from that. I just didn't see how it could matter at the time, and I thought they were trying to be funny. You don't really suspect that old people are up to no good, especially old beloved teachers. Utterly dumb, I guess, but hey, I'll happily admit to being an idiot when I was a teen in the 2000s. We helped Hamrodden and Sainsbury's set up their tent. They told us that they'd parked in the same car park that we were in and that they'd seen Cheggers' car. We asked them how they knew about our little hidden forest spot and whether they had been here before. They said they had, many times, and had made use of our fire pit, which they were grateful for. Like I said, we'd never seen any indication that anyone had used it, but it's not like we went over it with Batman Arkham Asylum detective vision. We shared some lunch with a couple, then went our separate ways to go on a hike. Powell was nowhere to be seen, which wasn't super unusual. He'd sometimes go off hiking by himself, and looking at it now, I think Powell is neurodivergent in some way, because he needs these periods of alone time every now and then, and when we were kids, he'd often just disappear without telling anyone. Needless to say, we don't think anything of it when we didn't see Powell all afternoon. He wasn't back at the tent when we returned from the hike either, but Hanrodden and Sainsbury were, and we ended up hanging out with them all night, listening to music on Brody's battery-powered stereo, drinking some beers, and then frying up some steaks on the camp stove. Hanrodden regaled us all with stories about his time as a teacher, his time as a hippie in the swinging 60s, and his time in the army of all things, and then his recent life as a touring camper with his girlfriend. Sainsbury kept relatively quiet, chipping in every now and then about her vegan lifestyle, joking about the meat we were eating and stuff, although not in a judgy, unpleasant way. Hanrodden chowed down on some steak, and I noticed that they didn't contribute any food or drink all night, but I still had hope that they'd share the weed that I knew they had. And as the sun was setting, Hanrodden brought out a selection of baggies from his pocket. Brody and Sam had passed out drunk by this point and crawled into their tents. Powell still wasn't back, and I was beginning to get a little concerned. Cheggers said it was fine, though. He even had a mobile phone reception, so he managed to fire off a few texts to Powell. And there was nothing to do but wait, so I turned my attention back to my old art teacher. I'd expected him to have some weed, and he did, but there was more than that. A strip of what looked to be LSD tabs, a bag of pills, and a huge bag of mushrooms. Rondon claimed that they'd picked the mushrooms that afternoon on their hike, but that obviously wasn't true. They'd been meticulously dried out and packaged, and I knew from experience that drying out magic mushrooms of any kind takes ages. Cheggers was down for a joint, but he really had to persuade Rondon to share. It was like they didn't want to waste anything on him. On the other hand, both Rondon and Sainsbury were really keen to get me to drop a tab of acid. When I absolutely point-blank refused, they offered me a pill. I'd always imagined pills to be the go-to drug for ravers and 20-somethings on lads' holidays, not aging hippies in their 60s. Probably prejudice, but hey. Either way, I wasn't buying what they were selling, no matter how much they insisted it was free, no strings attached. I smoked part of a joint, just so I could let Cheggers have some, then they started to go on about mushroom tea. I didn't really have any say in the matter, I guess. They were already boiling up the water in our kettle over our camp stove, and chucked a whole handful of the mushrooms in. I asked if they were sure the shrooms were safe, and I remember even though the haze of a pot and beer, I felt a very sobering chill when Rondon waved my question away and vaguely said, "I guess so." After they brewed the tea, Cheggers snatched up a cup before the couple could protest and downed it. I didn't think he'd ever done shrooms before, so I was a little worried. And sure enough, he very quickly stood up and began to wander around the woods. I get a nagging panic in the back of my mind that I needed to take care of my friends. Cheggers was stumbling around hallucinating gnomes, and Sammy and Brody were passed out, and Powell was God knows where. Unfortunately, I was forced to primarily focus on myself. Rondon and Sainsbury were trying to force a huge mug of mushroom tea onto me in between more attempts to get me to drop a tab. It was all getting a bit much for me, and I felt the fear build up in my chest. I was pretty stoned and regretting my decisions immensely. The cold chill of paranoia gripped the back of my head, and I started puking into a pile of leaves. Sainsbury came over to me and put her thin arm around my shoulder. She led me back to the campfire and Rondon held up a cup to my lips and tried to feed me that mushroom tea. I pretended to drink, closing my mouth to the lid, then smacking my lips like it was the most delicious thing I'd ever tasted. Puking had caused me to start sobering up. Cheggers was frolicking through the trees, trying to catch a gnome or a fairy or some such thing that he was yelling about. My vision was blurred and confused, and panic was starting to grip me. I felt Sainsbury rubbing my shoulders, and then Mr. Rondon doing the same. He was talking about a commune in the 60s or something, free love and nudism. He asked me if I wanted to take my clothes off. I said no, and both their hands were all over me, prodding and poking and groping. They tried to put a pill in my mouth, and I spat it out, shouting at them. Nearby, Cheggers let out some whoop of joy and then collapsed into a heap on the forest floor. And to this day, I have no idea how much of what I saw was panic and how much was a skunk-induced hallucination. The weed I'd smoke had to be laced with something. There's no way that the residue of the mushroom tea against my lips would have caused any hallucinations. I don't think. Rondon took on the appearance of the devil, a demonic face glaring from his huge beard. Sainsbury was a crowing harpy, and the forest around us was filled with laughing, shadowy figures, and Rondon was telling me that everything would be better if I just gave in and took my clothes off with him. Then he started doing things to himself. Even as a 19-year-old, it made me sick to see an adult old man doing that toward me, and I began to scramble away, blinking frantically to clear my mind of the fog and confusion they'd forced on me with the drugs and booze. And then I heard it, a visceral, furious bellow from the forest. For a moment I thought it was Bigfoot, or a werewolf, or a mountain man, and then my mind cleared, and I saw my mate Powell charging through the trees, swinging a great big stick as he ran. He hooted at Rondon, telling him to get off me and leave me alone. Then he swung the huge branch he held and crushed Rondon's tent in one smash. That guy was scrambling away from Powell, dragging Sainsbury with him. Powell ran to me and held a can of Coke to my lips. He had me drink and then slap my cheeks gently. The sugar and the shock helped me sober up a bit more, and I joined Pal in screaming at that old art teacher who was struggling to pull up his pants as he scrambled along the forest floor. Pal advanced on the elderly couple, swinging his tree branch, and I watched them exchange words. Pal grabbed Ham Rondon by the collar and shook him, shouting and spitting into the old man's face. I could vaguely understand why, but everything still seemed like a chaotic nightmare. My head was spinning, my heart was pounding, and I watched as Pal escorted Ham Rondon and Sainsbury into the trees and away. And slowly, I passed out. I woke up in the tent as the sun was rising, and crawling out, I came face to face with two very hungover friends, Sammy and Brody. Pal was there too, fresh-faced and rested. He hadn't taken anything the night before, so for once in our lives, Pal was actually the designated sober guy. And he explained that he had chased off those weirdos and made sure that they'd gotten into their car and left. At first, I freaked out, forgetting the events of the night and thinking Pal had forced them to drive drunk and stoned. But then things came back to me. It also struck me that not once had I actually seen Han Rondon himself smoke or drink, and it seemed like he'd just been intent on me getting absolutely messed up. Eventually, Cheggers got up too, and after being sick as a dog in the woods, we all had some coffee and a long chat. And Pal told us everything. After we recognized that art teacher, he'd stalked off because years ago, in year 7, he had a horrific experience with the teacher and never told anyone. It wasn't as bad as it could have been, Pal said, and he wouldn't give us any real details. But here's what happened. Pal had been a slow developer and had special classes in years 7 and 8 for kids who were behind. For some reason, this involved a weekend trip to a farm, and Han Rondon was one of the other teachers chaperoning it. According to Pal, that guy had walked in on him in the showers every single night on the trip and continued to make creepy remarks to him after they'd returned to school. Pal said that he didn't think it was enough to tell anyone about it, which we sort of chastised him for that. But when he realized that the old guy we met was Han Rondon, he saw red and had to go for a hike to cool off. He also said that he couldn't prove this, but he'd heard that that guy had left our school when he did because there had been some other accusations aimed at him regarding his behavior towards some of the kids. I have since looked into this and verified that this is in fact likely true, although nothing was ever proven in court. I'd love to name and shame this guy. He's still alive even today from what I can gather, albeit an ancient man. And I hope he suffers crippling arthritis every day. What a creep. I never could actually uncover who Sainsbury was or what her story was, and I was a little miffed at Pal for leaving us with a guy he suspected of being dangerous. But we were all grown adults, even if only just, and Pal was the only one who eventually came and saved us all after all. But yeah, that's the story of how my former art teacher drugged and groomed me. Kind of put a damper on the camping trips, and I can't help but wish that Pal had cracked that dirty old man a proper one with his tree branch. It's truly what he deserved. So in the early 2010s, my buddy and I, my buddy being Sean, used to go camping in the Sierra Nevada. We'd usually pitch up a tent somewhere near Mount Whitney or go hiking around Lake Tahoe, but we went all over the area. We were both native Californians, and our beloved mountain range was our absolute favorite place to spend time when we needed a break from the rat race. One time, we settled on a spot we'd never explored before. It was a fairly remote site off the beaten track, and we couldn't find any evidence that it had ever been camped at. Exactly the kind of spot Sean and I'd like to check out and document. I was a bit of a journaling nerd, and at the time I think I was using LiveJournal or Tumblr to post sincere, intensely purple travel and nature writing. Now, I wish I still had an archive of most of it. It was incredibly abominable, but I had so much fun doing it, and that's the main thing. Sean was more of a photographer, and he still is, and basically spent most of our trips with a camera glued to his eye. Never ever suggest to that man that he use a cell phone for photography, though. He'll get a rant about how it's sacrilegious to use a camera thinner than a DVD case. Me, I'm happy to snap pics with my Samsung. And back then I wrote everything down in notebooks and Sean would capture it on his Nikon or whatever expensive piece of equipment he was using at the time. He'd been entering some online photography competitions, which is why he was stoked when he found this pristine camping spot that none of the Sierra Nevada forums we'd frequented had ever mentioned. We set up a tent and spent the night beside a bunch of trees, and we cooked up some burgers on our little stove there and then settled in for the night. And everything passed without incident, and we awoke refreshed the next day, ready to explore the area. The area where we camped was segmented by a small river. We followed the water upstream through the outcrops to the base of a small mountain. Sean paused to photograph what he insisted was a golden eagle flying overhead, and a bit later we spied a mountain lion prowling across some rocks, thankfully in the far distance on a different mountain. Now eventually we broke for lunch in the shade of a cliff face. I scrawled some notes in my journal while Sean snapped some more pics, and he disappeared behind some rocks, and then I heard him calling to me pretty excitedly. Now stopping my writing, I headed over. Sean had found a cave. Something about the gaping dark opening in the rock gave me the creeps though, and I suggested that maybe we should move on. The area is home to some black bears and various other things like mountain lions obviously, and this could have easily have been their lair. Sean said that he wanted to get a few photographs of the cavern entrance, and we were both armed and had bear spray and all that good stuff, so it didn't seem too risky. We stepped into the opening and almost immediately we were swallowed by the darkness. It was eerie. It felt like we'd stepped into liquid shadows. Behind us, the sun beat down, but inside the cave, it was pitch black. I snapped my flashlight on, warning Sean not to take any flash photography just in case it startled anything that might be lurking in the cave. The cavern seemed to descend deep into the rock. I stepped forward, curiosity getting the better of me, and something crunched under my foot. I looked down. It was some kind of bone, the leg of a deer or cow or something. I felt Sean's hand grab my arm, and he whispered something and nudged my flashlight upward. There was movement deep in the cave, and I tensed, trying to decide if I should reach for my gun when Sean spoke again. "It's a person," he said. A shadow darted across the beam of the flashlight. It did look like someone was up ahead. A humanoid shadow flashed across the wall for a split second, and I was sure that I saw some pale flesh in the beam. I called out. "Hello?" My voice echoed through the dark cave. Sean was whispering that we should hightail it out of there, and I knew he was right, but the explorer in me was winning out. I was curious. There are all sorts of rumors about mountain folk living in the Sierra Nevada. My uncle used to tell one story about a family that he'd known that were so poor that they lost their house to the bank and had to go live in a cave. He told it to me as a cautionary tale, a reason to be thankful for what I had, but I'd always found something romantic and fascinating about the idea of impoverished folk living in a cave in the mountains. I dreamed of it as a kid, and now there was a chance that I could meet someone who actually lived here. It was fascinating. Then Sean brought me crashing back to earth with, "Dude, don't be a moron," and began dragging me forcefully by the arm out of the hole in the rock. I called out one last time, "Hello?" "Get!" echoed back. "Get gone!" Then a string of curse words I won't force you to read for your YouTube monetization reasons. It certainly didn't sound like some feral mountain man. In fact, it sounded very much like the junkies I'd seen panhandling on the Strip or on any low-income street you'd care to walk down. And at that moment, my illusion was shattered. We ran out of the cave, tails between our legs, and decided that was enough exploration for one day. Time to head back to our tent. And by the time we did, it was mid-afternoon, and I was looking forward to kicking back and getting some writing done. Nothing doing, though, because when we reached the tent, we were met with a completely terrifying sight. Our tent was covered in blood. At least that's how it looked at first, in our momentary freak-out panic. We've been talking about mountain men and cave-dwelling junkies for the entire walk back, so I'm not surprised that we jumped to conclusions. But when your tent is covered in red liquid, what do you assume? Now, up close, it was much clearer that it was some type of paint. Someone had tossed a can of red paint all over the outside of our tent. Thankfully, we hadn't left anything important behind, but the tent itself was clearly ruined. More paint had been splashed into the interior, soiling the sleeping bags too, and there was even the word "leave" having been written in paint across the canvas. And at that moment, of course, we did. It was a couple of hours' hike to the car, and we had no shelter and nowhere to sleep, so there was nothing to do but drive to the nearest town and get a motel for the night. We hung out in a bar just down from the motel and got talking to the bartender. We told him about our close encounter with that feral mountain man, and he just laughed. Apparently that area was home to a gang of meth cooks, and their junkie clients would often camp out or hang around the mountainside. He said it was surprising we only bumped into one of them. There's normally a few trailers dotted around that area, meth heads letting off guns and all sorts of stuff. I still don't know to this day if he was actually screwing with us, but he seemed amused and surprised that we'd escaped that encounter intact. According to him, there was a shooting around there almost every week. Sean and I decided not to go camping off that beaten path after that. We still went exploring for many years after, but we stuck to places that weren't home to murderous meth addicts or feral cave dwellers. About 6 years ago now, I was dating a girl who I'll just call Julia. I'd been with her for about 8 months when the story took place. We had, so I thought, a pretty normal, happy, healthy relationship. We did all the things a young couple does. We lived and worked in the same town, we met on OkCupid, and we had a few dates and then got serious. After 8 months, we hadn't moved in together, although I'd been thinking of asking her. Julia always talked about how she liked her independence, though, and I didn't want to make the mistake I'd made in my last relationship of coming on too strong or moving too fast. Instead of living together, we would take regular vacations together. They were usually long weekend getaways, either to visit my folks or shopping trips. One time, we did a tour of a few theme parks over the course of some weekends, and it was great, and we became the couple that vacationed together. I thought everything was going perfectly. Like I said, I was thinking of asking her to move in, and maybe down the line popping the question. To my knowledge, our relationship was solid as a mountain. And I'm sure that since I'm saying all of this, you've already worked out that it wasn't. Instead, it became a source of crushing fear for me in a way that I could have never have predicted. We'd never been camping before. We didn't want to have to spend too long on the road, so the nearby state of Rhode Island seemed like a perfect destination. It has a number of fantastic campgrounds, and we picked the one that looked the most appealing. Something not too isolated, but not too busy either, and fairly near the coast where we plan to spend the second half of our 2-week vacation in an Airbnb. It was early fall, and Rhode Island is stunning at that time of the year. The drive down took maybe 8 hours, including a couple of stops, and as we passed into the forested countryside in the heart of New England, Julia couldn't stop talking about the natural beauty around us. And in that moment, my heart swelled with love and excitement at spending 2 weeks in beautiful Charleston with Julia. The campsite was beautiful. We picked a quiet time to come, so there weren't that many other campers around, and our spot was gloriously isolated, tucked away on the very outskirts of the camping area with a forest right next to our site and a beautiful little pond twinkling in the afternoon sun just a short distance away. I think I remember using the words idyllic to Julia in a very breathless voice. It was pretty cringe looking back, not because I was wowed by nature, but, well, you'll see. The first night went by fast and wonderfully. We cooked up some wieners over the campfire, spent some quality time in the tent, and then went for a late-night hike through the forest and grounds, ending beside the pond where we sat and took in the moonlight off the water. And I just sat with my arm around my girlfriend, and I genuinely thought that life was perfect. The next morning, I realized that I couldn't have been more wrong. I woke up to the sound of Julia yelling. Even at the time, I remember getting this weird feeling about it, but I couldn't put my finger on why. I scrambled to pull some clothes on and then dashed out into the clearing. Our stuff was trashed, and it looked like this rampaging group of hogs had just come crashing through the campsite, although there was no way that could be the case. I wasn't the heaviest sleeper, and I hadn't woken up until Julia screamed. And I looked around in dismay. Our cooler of food, which we'd left sealed in the car, was completely smashed everywhere. There are only a small number of black bears in Rhode Island and none remotely close to this family commercial campsite. Burgers, sausages, mac and cheese, and all sorts of stuff lay scattered about the camp, like some kind of high school food fight gone wrong. A case of beers had been punctured and thrown around the grounds, and the whole place just stank of that old yeasty alcohol. And then it struck me that if the cooler from the car was smashed, that meant... And then I turned up to look. And of course, the back windshield of the car was smashed, and that's seemingly how they'd gotten the cooler out. Not only that, my beautiful new BMW had these terrible gouges and scratches in the paintwork on one side, and I literally almost wept when I saw that. Honestly, that car was my baby. Julia was yelling frantically. She told me they'd smashed our phones and gestured to a pile of shattered glass and electronics at the base of a large tree. And she was right. Both my phone and hers were completely destroyed. Something about this piqued my curiosity, though, but I was too shocked and dismayed at the whole scenario to really think much about it. There was just this nagging, unpleasant feeling about the phones. Finally, Julia pointed to the forest nearby where some of her clothes, which had been in a case in the car, were thrown over the bushes. In particular, a few of her underwear were on prominent display. Julia immediately and forcefully began telling me her theory about what had happened. A group of guys, probably frat bros, had come rampaging through our camp at night, drunk out of their minds. They'd decided to screw with us and terrify us, and Julia had, she insisted, seen the group of frat bros camping on the other side of the campsite when we'd first arrived the day before. I asked if she'd actually seen them invade our camp, and she was very cagey about this, said that she thought so, but it was dark and she couldn't be sure. I let it drop for now and then began cleaning up the campsite. Julia helped. As we tossed the food and retrieved her clothes, I said that it was a bummer our camping trip had been cut short. And Julia shocked me then by looking horrified, grabbing my hands, and begging if we could stay. I questioned this. Why on earth would we stay when our things had just been trashed, the car had been vandalized, and worse, these people could still be at the campsite? Now, we called the cops, of course, and a ranger came to see us a few hours later. He said there really wasn't much that could be done, apparently, which seemed like bullcrap to me. And he promised to ask around the camp anyway and told us to keep an eye out to be safe. I asked him if he thought we should move along, and he was pretty dismissive that it was just kids. Kids who'd cost me a bunch of food bills and vehicle repairs and phone repairs. And after the ranger left, Julia pointed out that there was a store on the other side of the campgrounds, that we could just buy a tarp for that back windshield, and that it could be fixed on the second part of our vacation on the coast. There was no sense in canceling everything on day 2 just because of some chaos like this. Now, in the moment, I told her that was okay, we'd see how it went. I was distracted, still kind of seething with fury over what had been done to my car, and also trying to pin down the nagging concern I had in the back of my mind, as all of this, for as insane as it was, obviously didn't feel right. And later that day, after a lot of affection from Julia, I started to calm down. We went for a walk to the camp store to recoup some supplies. I didn't tell Julia, but I was also keeping an eye out for vandal frat boys that she alleged to have invaded our camp. I couldn't really see any group of guys that really matched that description by Julia, and I couldn't decide whether this was a relief or kind of strange. I did see the ranger chatting to a few folks, though, and he sent me a little wave, as if to say, "Yep, I'm doing my job," so I guess that made me feel safe. Now, when we were in the camp store, Julia and I got into the dumbest argument. I don't even remember what it was about, but I do remember it surprised me how much she lost her crap. I think I jokingly disagreed with her about what kind of wieners to get, and she just flipped, yelling at me that I never listened to her or took her opinions into consideration. And this was the first time I'd ever heard about this, and I guess I got defensive. Not an excuse, but I was still mad and upset about the car, and also a little frustrated at Julia for wanting to stay at the campground where we'd been the victims of an actual crime. And Julia stormed off, leaving me to finish up the groceries and pay the bill. I did so, and then I wandered outside to look for her. There was no sign of my girlfriend, but I did see a small group of guys who could possibly maybe be the frat bros if you squinted. And they seemed like chill, nice guys, but I approached them anyway and asked if they'd seen any other suspicious characters around their age camping in the park. They told me they'd been there for a few days already and hadn't seen anyone under the age of 40 other than myself and Julia. And that checked out for my observations too. Then, one of them came up to me and quietly asked if I was okay. I figured the stress of the day must have been in my face or something, so I explained that our car and campsite had been vandalized. This seemed to shock the kid, so I asked him why he checked in with me. He told me the woman I was with seemed, and he paused here, saying, volatile and angry. I figured he must have seen Julia stomping away after our argument, but it all seemed pretty strange. When I got back to the campsite, everything was incredibly quiet except for this faint sobbing coming from our tent. I dropped the groceries on the picnic table and ran over there. Julia was sitting in the tent, and tears were streaming down her eyes, rocking back and forth. I went to her and put my arm around her. Eventually, I got her to calm down, and she told me what had happened. She returned to our tent after our argument, and 3 guys had showed up. She said they threatened her and made some lewd advances toward her, and then when she rejected them, one of them had kicked a dent in the door of the car. I wanted to go out and check as soon as I knew Julia was unharmed. But consoling Julia was more important, and I started asking her questions about the guys so we could tell the cops. What did they look like? What race were they, etc.? And Julia started yelling at me, saying I was inconsiderate and thoughtless. I hadn't even asked her if she wanted to get the cops involved, and she didn't actually. She wanted to just drop it, and how dare I grill her about the details. And she started asking me if I thought she was a liar, etc. Now I'm completely shocked and taken aback. I hadn't been entertaining thoughts like that at all. I had wanted to know so we could identify them, obviously, and now that Julia had freaked out so badly, though, again, a suspicion began nagging at me. It did seem like Julia was hiding something. What if they'd assaulted her worse than she'd let on? And that's where my mind went first. But man, was I naive. That night, I was adamant I wanted to leave. There sure was a dent in my car door, and the whole vacation had been completely tainted and overshadowed by this stupid series of terrible assaults. And Julia was over-the-top enthusiastic, though. And she went absolutely out of her way to try insisting that we were having a great time, that it didn't matter if we were being targeted by harassers, that we'd be just letting them win if we gave in and rolled over. And honestly, I said I was happy to let them win if it meant safety and a harassment-free weekend, and this made Julia mad again. At first, I chalked it up to the stress of the attacks, but as we sat in silence around the campfire, both of us were just kind of sulking after yet another argument, I realized what had been bothering me the whole time. Without even thinking, I brought it up to Julia. How had the vandals smashed our phones when we'd gone to sleep with our phones in the tent the night before? They hadn't been charging in the car. We'd both fallen asleep watching YouTube and some reels, and Julia opened her mouth, closed it again, opened it, and then closed it. She stared at me, and if looks could kill, I swear I'd be a dead man. Then she began to scream at me. She asked me where I got off accusing her and what I was trying to imply. I hadn't accused her of anything. I just asked how the vandals got a hold of our cells when they were in the tent. I hadn't mentioned her at all. And at this point, the red flags were impossible to ignore, and it was obvious that Julia was involved somehow. I'm sure it's been obvious to everyone that Julia was behind the vandalism, and you probably think I'm an idiot for not suspecting her right away. In my defense, it's easier to make it look that way when I'm telling the story in retrospect, and I'm not some professional storyteller or master of tension, so I've probably given away the fact that Julia was the culprit right at the start. But sure enough, that's the conclusion I started suspecting at this point. And as gently as I could, since she was behaving so volatile and erratic, I asked my loving girlfriend if there was anything she wanted to tell me, and if she knew something about the vandalism. That's when she broke down and confessed everything. She was convinced that I no longer loved her. I was going to break up with her on this vacation, and I'd been planning to for months. She thought I was cheating on her. She thought I cared more about my new car than her, and I guess that's why she did so much damage to the car in particular. Now please let me stress that there was absolutely no truth to any of these claims. Even in the aftermath, a few of our friends decided to believe Julia and low-key suspected me of having done something to trigger her behavior. And I can swear to the Lord above that I didn't. I did not so much as look at another woman in that way, and I genuinely thought Julia was the one. And that night, around the campfire, she told me that she thought that I would start to love her again if I thought we were in danger, that my male protector instincts would kick in and I'd go back to caring about her like I used to. I was speechless, furious at first and then sort of just sad. The love of my life was clearly having some kind of mental breakdown, and I had no idea what to do about it. The first thing I did was pack up the car. No way were we staying on a vacation under this cloud, and Julia begged me to stay one more night and check us into a hotel, but I couldn't. We began the drive home that same evening, and let me tell you, that was the most awkward, silent road trip of my entire life. My plan was to get Julia home and then work out the next steps, maybe get her medical help or therapy. I didn't expect this to be the end of our relationship, but yeah. I have no idea what happened to Julia, and I wish I could have helped her. I took her back to her apartment in the early hours of the morning and told her we'd talk the next day. I woke up to find that she'd blocked me on everything: social media, Facebook, email, my phone number, and then I started getting messages from friends asking why I treated her so poorly. And things escalated from there, and I eventually had no choice but to just make a clean break. I cut Julia out of my life. I cut most of our mutual friends out, and eventually I moved away to a completely different state. Nearly a decade later, I still occasionally get threatening messages from random accounts calling me a cheater, a rat. One time in a city far from anywhere I'd ever been with Julia, my car got vandalized again, and it was probably a completely coincidental piece of bad luck, but it's hard not to be paranoid. I have no idea if Julia ever got help or got better, and it breaks my heart to think about it. I'm married now to a beautiful woman who is pregnant with my child, and I managed to suppress that paranoia. I spent a lot of our early relationship convinced that she was going to suddenly turn on me. It hasn't happened yet, and maybe I was an oblivious idiot though, but I never saw any signs of it with Julia either. Everything was perfect, and then our first camping trip seemingly broke her. Maybe I'm just superstitious, but anytime my current wife brings up the idea of camping, all I can say is absolutely not. When I was a much younger guy, I did a lot of stupid things to try to impress a girl, most of which I don't really want to get into right now, but maybe the most reckless one that I'm willing to admit to was I agreed to protest a fracking development in a small village in Sussex. I didn't know what I was getting myself into when Amy, the girl that I was into, took me to buy camping gear. I thought we were just going to make some noise and wave some placards, not spend the night there. She was telling me about how important this was, and I tried to look like I understand. The next morning, about 100 of us pitched our tents by the side of the road, ready to block any traffic into the drilling site. Someone had rigged up a PA and was playing Black Sabbath, and every time a car passed through the road, we ran out to block it and chanted our slogans. As one passed, I tried to get enough signal on my phone to text my mom that I wouldn't be back that night. Later in the day, when everyone had eaten all the snacks they brought, one legend had brought a whole barbecue and enough burgers and sausages to share, almost evenly cooked, and we all went back to our tents. We got there a bit too late to get the best spots, so ended up a bit further back than the rest of them, but I didn't think that would matter. As we both got to our tents, in the camping shop I jokingly suggested it would be cheaper to get one big one, or at least after she said no, I said it was a joke. Amy pulled out a cooler and offered me a cider. I'd hoped I'd done enough to make her think I was boyfriend material. I'd even shown her how to put the guy ropes in, which she'd had to move. We were woken up a few hours later by the owner of the tiniest edge of land we'd inadvertently been camping on. In my sleepy state, I couldn't make out a word he was saying, but the moonlight made clear enough the shotgun he was waving at us. He looked very angry, and I assumed he was saying something along the lines of "get off my land." We had just about enough time to run out of our tents before he could shoot at us. The farmer began screaming and hollering, and I have honestly never been more afraid. I only had my underwear on, and luckily Amy had been sleeping in a Spider-Man t-shirt, which, in different circumstances, well, looking back, I'd have just grilled her about comic book trivia, so I'd only have embarrassed myself. In our panic, we didn't run towards other camping protesters and safety, or at least numbers, but in the other direction. The road we'd been protesting on was between two villages, and I knew that there was no chance we'd make it to the next one before the farmer caught up with us. In this darkness, we could easily get lost if we went off the road, but so could he, so this seemed like the best option. I tried to get Amy's attention, and then grabbed her hand and ran into the woods, hoping she'd run with me, which she did. It was at this point I regretted having seen the Blair Witch Project recently. The woods quickly became dense enough that we had to give up holding hands, so I had no idea how far away she was. I hoped that she was still near me, but in the almost total darkness I could barely see her or anything. A few times I nearly ran into a massive oak tree. It might have been the same one. And once I tripped on a root, feeling my knees smash into the earth before I could reflexively put my hands out to brace myself. I must have lost Amy a while ago, but I couldn't even be sure when. I was also very lost myself and not sure how far I'd be able to run now. I considered just lying there to wait in the cold and dark for the morning light to come, and then I heard a cry. It was Amy. Imagining the farmer with a shotgun and the trouble Amy could be in, I ran towards where I thought I'd heard the sound. I think I must have hurt myself a few more times in tree branches or something, because the next morning I had a lot more cuts and bruises. I managed to catch up with Amy, but so had the farmer. I suppose as a gesture of politeness, he wasn't pointing his shotgun directly at me, which I assumed he probably would if it was me he'd found. But it was still a threat. He hadn't noticed me yet, but I didn't really want to hurt him when, out of the three of us, he'd probably had the best idea of how to find the road. I pleaded with him that we hadn't meant to use his land, that we wouldn't do it again, that we were lost, and that it had been my idea to join the protest, so he should at least let Amy go. I don't know what he'd been planning to do or what he would do. I just hoped that by taking the blame it might wrong-foot him enough to not hurt us. I guess he must have been a bit lost himself, because after a few seconds, he started laughing, and I later found out from his wife that the shotgun wasn't even loaded and was too rusty to fire. Luckily, the protest camp was still noisy enough that without confusion of the chase, we could more or less just walk towards it. As we started to talk about why we'd been camping there, we even managed to bring him around a bit and offered to take some leaflets once Amy had gotten back to her feet, because obviously she didn't have any on her. I think at that point he noticed I'd lied about it being my idea to come, but with the tension gone and it being a noble lie anyway, he just laughed it off and offered us into the farmhouse for a cup of tea. I never did get a date with Amy, but we became very close friends, so I don't look back with too much shame on that night. I guess there's something about being at the other end of a very angry farmer holding a very real-looking shotgun which brings people together, even if it doesn't work well for romance. I never did return to the protest, and sometimes I wonder what happened with it. My name's Anton, and I'm from Germany, and please please pardon if my English is not perfect. I learned to speak it from watching American TV and visiting America, and I taught myself. I'm an adventurer and hiker, and I spend much of my time camping and hiking all around Europe. Anywhere worth visiting, I've visited it, but the rest of the world had not been my playground yet. This is why for many years I harbored a dream of visiting finest Appalachia, the location of so many excellent scary stories and atmospheric adventures that I've seen. I'm a solo hiker, and I challenge myself to explore and survive in the wilderness alone. This has always been perfect for me, as I am a solitary individual, and throughout all of my travels in Europe, I have never encountered more than a few minorly troubling incidents. And this is why I, foolishly, embarked on a solo visit to the Appalachia Trail in the summer of 2014. I flew over to the States for my first visit and stayed with some friends that I'd known for some years online. Then I rented a car and drove to the foot of the trail that I was going to hike. I had promised my friends that I'd follow the marked trail rigidly, as they were concerned about me doing this alone, but secretly I had decided to go where the wind took me. I did stick to the trail for the first day or two, but then I diverted. I have many years of experience as an explorer, so keeping track of my route was no problem for me. I headed into an area that appealed to me. The trees were so huge and towering, unlike anything we have in Europe, and I was taken by the beauty surrounding me. That night, I set up my tent beside a small pond. The beauty of the American countryside took my breath away, and I basked in the silence and tranquility of this new world. Back in Germany, it is stunning, but Appalachia, at least where I was very unique, and I was awestruck. That night, I drifted off watching the stars, and eventually I crawled inside my tent to sleep. I awoke later to sounds, howling and calling. At first I thought it might be a pack of wolves. I didn't have a firearm as a German person on vacation in the States, but I had a hunting knife, and it is this that I held as I was just frozen there in my tent, listening intently. The howling soon settled into human voices, and I couldn't understand their words at first, if they were saying words at all, but then they began to chant. If you leave, you'll die. If you leave, you'll die. I called out to them, as it was clear that they knew that I was inside the tent. Leave where? I asked. Leave the tent, they said. If you leave the tent, you will die. Will you kill me? I asked. No reply. A voice howled again, and then another said, if you leave, you'll die. And next I heard footsteps. It sounded like they were circling the tent. Fear gripped me, unlike anything I had ever felt before in my solo adventures. Was this to be the end of me, here in some foreign land? Was my life to be cut short by these Americans who I had for so long held in such high regard? I shifted in the tent and a voice called back, do not come out. I listened, and instead gripped my knife tighter, just as fear gripped me. More steps, then the sound of someone running, shouts and a commotion that seemed to have nothing to do with me. A voice outside the tent spoke and told me to stay put, and so I did. I had lit a fire in the pit that night, and now I saw the light from my fire flaring back up, lit by one of the strangers outside. Another jolt of panic. What if they burned me alive? But I could see the fire was not too close to the tent, even through the canvas. I held back a scream as I heard one gunshot, and then another. The voice outside the tent reaffirmed that I should stay put. I thought about challenging that voice, emerging with my knife and fighting for my life. But for what? They told me that I would be okay if I stayed inside, and so I did. 2 more gunshots, and then some more hooting and laughter. Whoever was out there, they were having some kind of fun, and I didn't know what violence was occurring, if any, and I did not know how serious the danger was directly to me. All I knew was that the men outside continued to tell me to stay in the tent where I was. At some point during that long, terrifying night, the fire was extinguished again, and this allowed me to relax somewhat, knowing that I would not be set ablaze by unseen hands while cowering inside my shelter. Somehow, eventually, tiredness caused me to pass out. When I awoke, I could see the sun had risen. For a moment, I forgot about the events of the night before, but I urgently needed to urinate and started to unzip the tent. Everything returned to my memory, and I froze, then called out. No reply. I waited, listened, gripped the knife, and opened the tent. I could see no signs of anything that occurred in the night, except for the fact that some of the undergrowth had been trampled down. Sitting by the fire, though, was a 6-pack of beer. It had not been there when I went to bed. I didn't drink it. I just left it where it was. 2 days later, I emerged from that Appalachian Trail area with my dream trip cut short. I've since hiked the Appalachian Trail again, but not alone, and within the safety of the trail markers. I have asked many people what they think I may have experienced that night. Nobody has any clear answers, and I don't either. I try to convince myself that I was the victim of a cruel prank, but it's hard to know for sure. They say strange things happen on the Appalachian Trail. Germany is the same, but not quite as much. Appalachia is beautiful and haunted and dangerous. I will go yet again someday, and as I do every time I visit that most remarkable of areas, I will pray that I don't encounter those men ever again. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends, and I'll see you again soon. Like a lot of 80s and 90s edgelord alternative kids, I was heavily into Marilyn Manson in the 90s and 2000s. I was a fan of the band from the beginning and kind of fell off when Eat Me, Drink Me came out, but everything up to and including Golden Age of Grotesque was my era. As anyone who was a Manson fan in the late 90s and early 2000s know, they were one of the bands that had an official forum on their website. For noobs, a forum, or BBS as we call it, was basically like a band-related subreddit with different sections, where you could post threads similar to Reddit. Official forums for bands barely exist anymore because there's all sorts of legal culpability for what gets posted on them these days. But back then, it was basically a free-for-all. Some very insane stuff went down on the Marilyn Manson forums, with people posting extreme shock images and remaining unbanned, or shocking photos of themselves or hurling abuse at each other, making the most offensive edgelord jokes you can imagine, and it was glorious. And I was a girly girl who loved pink and rainbows and prom and stuff, and also loved darky, edgy humor and Marilyn Manson and far harder and darker music. I thought that this made me so unique, and so my online persona was based around being a glittery pink princess in a world of goths and monsters. And what do you know? The goths and monsters loved it, and me, and appreciated the subversive nature of the joke. Cool, I did a funny. And I was a bit of a novelty when I registered on the forum, and immediately got taken under the wing of the cool kids, people like Perfect, Skinny Puppy, Stigma, and a sardonic lesbian called Katie, a skinny guy from Scranton who wore a tutu called Gordy, the DXM Queen, those types of people. And I was bullied by men with names like Celibate Adam, Mugwump, Cran Boy, and Derek, but it was all in good fun, and I bit back. We all hated each other with loving affection, and to this day it was one of my favorite communities I've ever been a part of. I think it helped because 3 of the cool kids, Perfect, Skinny, and Katie, were actually kids I knew from school. I'd overheard them talking about the Marilyn Manson BBS and told them that I was a fan. They didn't believe me because I was a cheerleader and theater kid, so I signed up and demonstrated my knowledge and showed that I was down for the lulz, and that's how we became friends. We didn't really hang out IRL, but it was nice to know that some of my online friends were also my school pals if I ever did need to chill with them. One member of the Manson forum was called Jordy Dark. He'd regularly post pictures of himself. He had this thick milk bottle glasses, a porn star mustache, huge sideburns, a mullet, and the lankiest, skinniest, palest body you've ever seen. A very odd-looking fella, but kind of interesting. And we never really hung out, but he'd sometimes comment on my posts with things like, heh, or nice, or lol. And one day, Jordy sent me a private message asking when we were going to start chatting. I was down to chat with anyone, so I said, well, now is fine, and we began talking about music, of course. And surprise, surprise, we shared a lot of the same tastes, which is pretty expected when you meet on the message board of a band. There were about 4 things we talked about: the Blair Witch Project, Marilyn Manson, Hole, the band, and the X-Files. We were both big fans of all of these things that, for alternative kids, was very mainstream. Jordy took this as a sign that we were absolute soulmates, though, and every single day after that, he'd commented on all my posts as if though we were best friends. He'd also send me lengthy private messages talking about, I don't really know what, really. The weirdest part was that he'd decided that I was depressed, sad, anxious goth girl who was a danger to herself and needed to be lifted out of her pit of misery. At no point had I ever suggested this. Just because a lot of other girls on the forum were like that didn't mean I was. But it seemed like Jordy had just decided that I was as a means of saving me and didn't even care that it wasn't real. It was intensely infuriating having a guy talk to you about your mental health disorders and depression that don't even exist, treating you like a patient who he can save with his love and care. I could ignore it in PMs, but he started commenting like this on my posts too. It became really irritating, especially when others would try and interact with me and joke around, sometimes aggressively, sure, because that was how we interacted in fun, but he would rush to my defense. He'd warn people to leave me alone, threaten them if they insulted me, and it started making me look bad too. I didn't want some creep defending me like this, especially from people I consider friends. I tried to tell Jordy a bunch of times that I didn't want this, and he flat out told me that I simply didn't know what was best for me due to my mental illness. And he said that I was numb because of the medication. I'm like, bro, I don't even take aspirin. And I started to ignore Jordy after this. Unfortunately, the BBS software didn't have a function where you could block individual people. The only way they could stop messaging you was if they got banned. It wasn't really something we did, reporting each other to the admin, and it was generally considered a big no-no, so I didn't file any complaints about Jordy. We encouraged mob justice, which meant that me and my friends would clown on Jordy. We'd call him a loser, creep, and weirdo whenever he posted strange crap about me. Jordy didn't care, though. He'd just reply with a heh, and continue posting his strange, poorly lit photos of himself where he looked like a 70s serial killer. In one of the last private messages Jordy sent me, he told me he forgave me for how my friends treated him. He said that he wouldn't let it get in the way of our life together and that one day he'd come and rescue me from these creeps. Like I said, I was in high school at this point, in my junior year. Perfect, Skinny, and Katie also went to my school and they were in their senior year, which is another reason that we didn't hang out in school really. One day I was in class and got a message from the office that my dad had arrived to take me out of school due to a family emergency. Weird, since my dad walked out when I was 3. I have a stepdad though, but it was unusual that he'd introduce himself as my dad. We got along great, but he was Leon, not Dad, and that was fine. Maybe the office just screwed up though. I got a pass, left class, and headed to the office. Even down the hall I couldn't see Leon or anyone. The secretary said that my dad was out in the parking lot and that she was sorry to hear about my aunt. I did have a crazy wine aunt living in another state, my mom's sister, so my heart flip-flopped as I rushed into the parking lot. Once there, I froze in my tracks. There was a filthy-looking camper van parked up across the 3 spots. It was covered in faded flower power graffiti and some lewd imagery of women. Leaning against the camper van was a guy I both recognized and didn't. It was Jordy from the Marilyn Manson forums, but it wasn't exactly him. Remember I said that in his photos he looked like a serial killer from the 70s? That's because those photos likely were taken in the 70s. The guy who stood lounging against the camper smoking a cigarette looked like Jordy but aged 30 years or more. His long hippie hair was gray, and so was his mustache, and his face was a map of wrinkles and lines that suggested hard living and hard drugs. He wore filthy bell-bottom jeans and a cowskin vest, open over his bare pigeon chest, and I kid you not, he looked like a hippie who hadn't changed his clothes or washed since 1969. I stopped short, but elderly Jordy caught sight of me across the parking lot. His deranged face split into a frantic grin, and he began striding toward me. He called out my forum username, and that's when I knew that it was definitely him. He began ranting about how he'd finally come to save me and take me away from the filth. And I began to back away and told him to F off. But he came over to me and grabbed my wrist, hard. I yelled at him to get off of me, and by now some other students and faculty were beginning to pay attention. I saw a friend I recognized and yelled that this dude was some random guy off the internet and he was trying to kidnap me and to please go get the principal, the cops, or whatever. They ran off and Jordy began dragging me towards his stinking, dirty camper van. God knows what depraved fate lay in store for me behind those doors, and I screamed and tried to pull away. But for an old guy, he was incredibly strong, and his sandaled feet slapped over the parking lot as he heaved me towards his serial killer murder van, or so it seemed to me at the time. Out of nowhere, a voice yelled at him to let me the F go and back off. I turned, and my 3 forum buddies from school, Perfect, Skinny, and Katie, came barreling over. Skinny raised her skateboard and cracked Jordy across the back with it, causing the old board to actually break. Jordy let go of me and howled in fury. Katie swung her bag, covered in band badges and patches, and battered Jordy in the head, sending him back further. And then Perfect, the guy who was this tiny, short goth kid, displayed surprising strength by pinning hippie Jordy's arms behind his back and rushing him forward across the parking lot, slamming him against the minivan. Jordy then crumples to the ground, and Perfect pinned him down, yelling for security or really anyone. Katie and Skinny guided me away and checked that I was okay. I told them I was, and then mentioned how wild it was that Jordy had literally tracked me down from the forums and arrived here. They were floored. They had no idea who they'd been fighting. They'd just seen some old guy dragging me across the parking lot and ran to my aid. They hadn't even paid attention to who it was, but as soon as I told them, they realized I was right. It was him. The cops came and he was taken away, and the 4 of us got to go home for the rest of the day. The first thing we did was talk online, and finally we did report this to the forum admins, who banned Jordy immediately. The others really wanted to post this epic tale to the forums, but we realized that it probably wasn't a good idea since it was an ongoing investigation and it probably would show where we're from. And to this day, I have no idea how Jordy actually found the town that I live in and the school that I go to. He insisted I told him, and also claimed that I'd asked him to come collect me from the school that day. It was my word against his, ultimately, and as much as I hated having to let things drop, there was a talk of him trying to push assault charges on my friends if I didn't. Ultimately, I had to let this potential predator go free, and my mom and stepdad were absolutely furious about all of it. It kinda sucks knowing that Jordy didn't face any real repercussions for his actions, and I have to really hope that it was enough to snap him out of whatever kind of weird stupor he was in, and make sure he left teenage girls alone. So I've been a listener for a few years now. I have a story I've always wanted to share with you, but I've never been able to bring myself to actually write it down and send it in because it kind of makes me sick to my damn stomach. So my lovely wife, who introduced me to your channel, has finally convinced me to send it in, so I hope your listeners get a few chuckles, or more likely shivers, at the completely effed up thing that happened to me, my sister, and my mom when I was a kid. Do you remember AOL Instant Messenger? It started off as an instant messenger client for people who had AOL as a service provider, but eventually anyone could use it. It was the messenger program of choice for the 90s and 2000 kids, with the creative away messages you could write and being one of the first that let you choose your own user picture and username display. You could also customize it so it would give you alert pop-ups for specific people in your friends list too, and you could assign any sound file you wanted as the alert noise. And because of what happened, I genuinely can't hear the audio clip of Cartman saying, "Screw you guys," without cringing and feeling a little spike of panic. Her name was Gloria, which sounded made up even then. I don't know why, but I could never believe that someone my age would actually be named Gloria. And she insisted it was her real name, though, and that she was named after the Laura Branigan song. And that's funny, I said. That's my mom and stepdad's song. Small world, she said, and suggested it was fate that we became friends. Gloria messaged me a lot, always after 9 p.m. She told me she had various clubs and a lot of commitments. Her birth mom lived across the country and barely saw her, and her biological dad had died a couple of years ago, so she was stuck living with her strict Christian fundamentalist stepmom. I told her that I had a stepdad, but we got along pretty well, but it was firm and fair, and my mom, on the other hand, treated me like the baby because I was. And we'd been online friends for a few months by that time. I started telling her things about my family, and I trusted her a lot. She'd first added me on AIM, which let you find and add random people as part of a feature it had that would never exist these days. A few of the instant messenger programs used to revolve around meeting new friends online, like IQC, IRC, Yahoo Messenger, etc. Gloria had added me as a friend one day and I'd accepted, because you just did that back then. It was before the days of Facebook and things, and when everyone's real name was attached to their profiles. It was totally normal to chat to a rando, and if they were a freak, then you just blocked them and moved on. It was the Wild West, and we weren't as careful as we should have been. But in some cases, that led to surprise long-term friendships. And that's what I thought was happening with Gloria, a genuine friend for life. And this all went down before cell phone cameras were a thing, and most kids didn't even have digital cameras, but I'd seen a couple of photos of her scanned from her yearbook photo, and I'd sent her scans of my class photos as well. And I came to really value Gloria's company. She was there for me when I was having a hard time at school with one of my teachers, and she was there when me and my friends were being targeted by a couple of guys in the grade above. She listened to me lament about my lack of love life, even though I was kind of vague about this at first as a shy 15-year-old. And one day I told Gloria about my sister, who was a few years older than me and graduating from high school that year. Lacey is a good kid. And I say kid even though she's my senior, but I feel protective of her like that. And she was back then too, but in her senior year she was stressing about graduation a lot and the upcoming anxiety of college, and she started turning to very mild substances in order to cope. She was just taking something similar to Adderall and occasionally dabbled in prescription painkillers, but none of them were things that she was meant to be taking, and so I stressed and worried about her. As a 15-year-old, I felt it a bit lame to tell my 18-year-old sister that I loved and cared about her, so I told Gloria instead. After that, Gloria kept asking about Lacey a lot. I didn't like this. It made me a bit jealous as well as protective, and I guess Gloria picked up on that because she started to be extra nice to me. Love bombing, I think the kids call it these days. She'd ask me to hang out with her almost every night, playing Habbo Hotel and Club Penguin and various Flash games. I started to develop a real strong bond with her, and I genuinely came to deeply value her company. I guess Gloria valued mine too, because one Friday in the November of my sophomore year of high school, Gloria told me that she'd fallen in love with me. I didn't really know what to say. I loved Gloria as a friend, and I didn't feel that way about her. We'd never met, for one thing. And instead of breaking her heart, I suggested that maybe we could talk on the phone. Gloria freaked out at this and actually blocked me for a hot minute, and I felt awful. I'd somehow offended her and had no idea why. Had she been able to tell that I didn't feel the same? A few days of feeling lousy went past, and then "Screw You Guys" played from my computer, that Cartman sound, and Gloria was online. And I felt a little nervous and a little panicky. We talked long into the night. Gloria spun a strange tale that didn't make a lot of sense, and I'm not going to bother repeating it because, spoiler, it was completely made up. Short version though, the idea of speaking on the phone terrified her, but she was down to actually meet in real life. She said she thought things could be a lot easier if we'd meet up and talk. This sounded like a terrible, dangerous idea to me, so naturally, as a 15-year-old boy, I agreed to it immediately. We decided to meet in a park near my house, and I asked her how she knew where I lived and how she could be there when she lived across the state, and she told me that there was something that she needed to confess to me, but I shouldn't be scared. She was still the same Gloria I knew and trusted. Obviously, I was very suspicious, but I'd known this girl for months. We'd shared everything. We were close friends. Even if she had a dark secret, I could look past it. Maybe she was a friend from school who was too shy to admit who she was. Maybe she was a dude. Honestly, I would have been fine with Gloria being a boy my age. Maybe he had gender confusion issues or something, but what I didn't really consider was the possibility that it was worse, and then worse again. I showed up to the park a bit early. The sun was just beginning to set, and I started to realize that even though we'd picked a public place to meet, the time and area of the park meant that nobody else was really around. It was a small parking lot and abandoned store on the edge of the park with a couple of benches I could wait on. And I sat there, and eventually a car pulled into the parking lot, windows down, blasting "Thy Unveiling" by Insane Clown Posse from the open windows. I remember this vividly because I'd been hella into that band and that CD in particular when I was in middle school. This was a few years later, and I'd stopped listening to the album, but someone who knew me and was trying to impress me, but hadn't really paid close attention for the last few years, could feasibly play it to win me over. It wasn't just the song that caused my mind to go there. I also recognized the car. It was the car I'd ridden to school many times a few years ago, listening to that very CD and refusing to enter into conversation with the man in the driver's seat, my stepdad, Mom's then new husband, Carl. Carl pulled the car to a stop, climbed out and walked over to me, Insane Clown Posse still blaring from the stereo. I cringed. It was obvious what had happened. Carl had found out that I was meeting Gloria, a stranger from the internet, and had decided to intercept me. How did he know? Did Mom and Carl have some kind of parental lock or monitoring on the computer? Carl sat down next to me, and the truth was way more horrifying. Carl was Gloria. It had started out as a way to keep an eye on me and what I was getting up to online, and then he started enjoying being Gloria. He began digging his double life. I didn't want to believe it at first, but he was able to perfectly recount every interaction I'd had with Gloria. It was way more direct than if he'd read our chat logs or monitored our conversations. Only the other conversation participant could be this aware. At first, I was mad that my stepdad was keeping an eye on me. Then I remembered the event that had led to all of this. He, Gloria, said he was in love with me. I asked Carl what in God's name had caused him to say that. And Carl looked sheepish and almost shy, and then his face started to turn red. And in that moment, Carl changed. He'd always been kind of a pushover. I never really respected him because I thought he was less of a man than my dad had been, and he let my mom push him around too. He certainly wasn't an abusive, cruel, or strict stepdad, but how he physically grabbed me by the collar, dragged me towards him, and hissed in my ear. He said if I told anyone what he'd said or done as Gloria, then he would ruin my sister's life. I felt a cold, sick feeling in my stomach. I'd told Gloria all about Lacey's struggles. I didn't think it mattered because I thought Gloria was a kid my age on the internet who lived on the other side of the country. But no, she was my damn stepdad, and now my stepdad had about 1 million pieces of damning info about his stepdaughter Lacey. We rode home. ICP was still playing and it drove me nuts, and eventually I asked Carl what I could do to keep the peace and make sure that he left Stacy alone. And I was feeling sick and terrified. I'd lost my best friend Gloria, and worse, found out that she'd never even been real. But I'd also screwed my sister over in the process and found out that the stepdad, who I'd always considered a non-entity, was a complete creepo. Carl said he wanted to keep up the facade. that I had to continue talking to him as Gloria, pretending he was a 15-year-old girl whenever we spoke online. And something about this chilled me to my absolute core. He'd already confessed his love to me. What did he mean by keeping up the facade? How far was he expecting me to go with Gloria? And at first I really tried, for Lacey's sake. Carl kept up his persona of Gloria almost perfectly, just letting it slip enough to 100% prove to me it was in fact him. Comments like, "see you at dinner," that could have looked innocuous to anyone reading the chat logs, or a vague reference to something he'd said in person. There was no doubt that he was Gloria, but for the most part he kept up the pretense of being my 15-year-old female internet friend, a very affectionate friend. I don't really want to talk about that part, and thankfully it could have been a lot worse. But Carl Gloria definitely did start trying to push things further with me, and that's when I broke. I couldn't take it anymore. I confessed it all to Lacey one night when we were alone in the house. I expected her to be furious at me and to kick my ass, but she was totally chill and understanding. She explained gently to me that her drug problem was extremely minor recreational use and she hadn't taken anything in months, so even if Carl did try to expose her, there was really nothing to expose. She said it was very sweet that I was so worried about her, but kind of laughed at me for being overly cautious and neurotic and really sensible. And that was great news though, because it meant that I didn't have to tolerate Carl anymore. And that night, Lacey and I assessed his computer. His password was our mom's date of birth, and found chat logs between Gloria and a whole bunch of other kids online. And from what we could tell, Carl had been talking to at least 5 or 6 other teenage boys as Gloria. He'd never taken things irreparably far yet, but there was at least one conversation where he was beginning to try and encourage this one richer kid to use his allowance to buy a digital camera and send him revealing photos. We printed everything out that night before Carl could cover his tracks and then showed it to our mother. She obviously was horrified, and the next day, Carl was gone. Mom handled everything. I know law enforcement were involved, and I don't know if at the time laws allowed for Carl to be monitored for catfishing, as back in the early 2000s online laws were obviously pretty patchy. And Carl died in the mid-2010s, alone and single, thankfully. I kept an eye on him all these years because I promised myself that I'd never allow him to actually hurt a kid. I can't be sure that I succeeded, but it seems like he kept his head down until his death, so I feel like I did my job as best I could till he passed away of cancer. These days, it's very easy to verify who you're talking to, but as for us 2000s kids, things were different. I know plenty of friends my age who have had similar unpleasant experiences with adult strangers online, and my advice is not to suffer in silence. Talk about it. It really helps. Trust me. So something very strange happened to me a few years ago. Because I can't tell it without giving away some identifiable information, I can't say exactly where it happened, but it was a major US city. I don't think I'm in any danger from telling the story, I just have a very good reason to be cautious. I've been furloughed during the 2020 pandemic, and my stimulus check was starting to run out. I'd split up with my boyfriend because living together in lockdown had revealed that he was a massive Jordan Peterson guy, and before I blocked him on Facebook, I think he was getting into QAnon. So I was starting to get worried about money. I'd got into a routine of waking up and making some black coffee and then checking all the job listing sites for remote work. When nothing turned up, I'd usually hit one of the few gyms that were still open. Working out made me feel like that I still had some control over my body. And that day was different though, because before I could open my crossword app, I saw a Facebook message about an exciting new job opportunity with flexible hours and daily earnings up to $1,000. It was a multi-level marketing scheme to sell overpriced makeup. I blocked and reported them for scams and thought that that would be the end of it. There was a new girl at the gym that day, but she seemed to be more interested in her phone than working out, probably trying to choose the right selfies to post. I tried to ignore her and worked on my arms. After showering and changing into a strappy top and leggings, I went to the nearby Starbucks for a frappe. There were some more scam messages, which I didn't even bother reading this time before blocking them. And there must have been about 5 different accounts, all with the same kinds of messages and the same profile photo of a woman in her 30s with lip fillers and pretty good eye makeup. It was about this point when I realized that she was in the coffee shop, only about 3 tables away. I froze. I went to that gym almost every day. I was in the Starbucks nearly as often, and she had to have seen me here, probably got my name from them calling out for my drink orders and guessed the rest on Facebook. And this was no coincidence. Another terrible thought struck me. I googled the makeup brand, 0 results. And that kind of company is almost built on search engine optimization. There was no way that it would have had a digital footprint. And like most people, I didn't know much about multi-level marketing companies. The scale at which most of the recruiters message people is a little frightening, and you're told to find up to hundreds of people each day and tell them their unique qualities make them suited to the MLM. So when I found out that the MLM company wasn't even real, it made a lot more sense how she'd had the time to do so much research on me. I later found out from friends and ex-coworkers that she'd been messaging them, asking questions about me and just giving a very weird vibe. I was so shocked that I almost ran out of the coffee shop. And of course, she followed me after taking a sip from my unfinished drink. I asked her what the hell she was doing, and in the end, it turned out to be about a man that I'd just forgotten about. She claimed I'd stolen her ex, and in reality, he'd never told me that he was in a relationship, and when he proved to be useless in every way that mattered, I ended it. The next week, I'd seen him with another woman, and I barely even cared. I didn't steal her boyfriend, and she would have been better off without him. I tried to tell her as much, but she was clearly obsessed with me now, and it didn't really matter how she'd started. It felt very strange trying to run away from her without wanting to make it obvious that something weird was happening, and as if by not showing it, I could avoid the situation that I was in. She didn't seem to care about that, so I was forced to run away from her. Not sure where else to go, I ran for the subway with her not far behind. And I thought back to my wilder teenage years as I cleanly jumped over the turnstile, leaving her scrambling to pay the fare. And I ran down the platform and jumped through the subway car doors and tried to make my way along the packed train. Just as the doors were closing, she made it into the car, and I waved at her as the train started to move and walked back up the steps to get a cab home. I don't have my name on any social media accounts now, and I deleted most of them. Even if you could work out who I am from this, you'll never find me online. I don't really take selfies anymore, not on any public accounts, and of course I got multiple restraining orders on her, but I still don't want to take any chances. Unless she's gotten the help she needs, then she's probably stalking someone else right now. I have a very close friend who tells me I need to move because I resent having to keep a file on my own stalker. And I'm only writing this because I think if she escalates again, that she might get caught. I'm from Old Blighty, and I've got a proper corker of a yarn to share with you today, old chap. Just kidding, we don't actually talk like that, but that was the first message I received from the girl that I'll call Handcuffs. She said that she'd seen my MySpace and liked my photography and thought it was funny that I came from Old Blighty. She was fascinated by British slang and British culture and kept making weird British jokes to me, calling me old chap and that kind of stuff. And I found it pretty enduring that a hot alternative Californian chick was impressed by my Britishness, and I figured the rumor was true, that American chicks dig British guys despite our awful teeth and love of bland cuisine. And I was even more impressed when Handcuffs told me the site that she'd worked for. You can't actually say the name on YouTube, but let's just say that it's a modeling site that still exists to this day, which could be known as Unalive Lasses, if you catch my drift. And you probably get it by now. Handcuffs told me that she was an unalive lass, and sent some photos that did indeed suggest that she was such. And I could see her on the public version of the website, but a number of the photos were definitely from the paying members only area, if you catch my drift. And of course it didn't really occur to my dumb hormone-fueled self that someone could have just subscribed to the site to save those photos and send them to me. The inclusion of some candid personal photos sealed the deal for me, and again, stupid as I am, I didn't really consider that whoever Handcuffs really was They could have just found other photos of this unalive lass who was a public figure. Me and Handcuffs talked for a while, and then she confessed her love for me. And I believed this, obviously, because I was an arrogant little sod who thought that I was a great catch for a Californian glamour model. And I started getting more suspicious, however, when she became dead set on flying me out to Cali to meet her. And that seemed too good to be true, but hey, what's the worst that could happen? A free trip to California? Then she said that because of the way the exchange rate works, she could only buy a ticket from the UK to California using GBP, and her bank account didn't allow her to exchange dollars for pounds. Therefore, I'd have to send her the ticket price in pounds and she'd send it back in dollars. And she knew my bank account would automatically convert it because Lloyd's Bank did that apparently. Why a Californian unalive lass was supposed to have insight into the functions of Lloyd's Bank is something I'll never know. But hey, at least it was a good tell that started to open my eyes. I asked her if she could possibly send the money first because I was a little strapped for cash after getting my Peugeot modded. At first she said that was fine and even claimed that she'd done an international transfer, so I should send the money over in the meantime and her transfer would appear in my account later. Yeah, no thanks. I told her I'd have to wait until her transfer came through, and she started ranting about how I didn't really love her and how I wasn't gonna get some if I didn't make the effort and try to appeal to my, baser instincts. And as much as I wanted to believe that I'd be sinking into the bed of an unalive lass, I also wanted to believe that I'd have money to live, so I told her that I genuinely could not send the money back until I had it. Of course, no money showed up, and then she surprised me by saying it was fine. She'd managed to buy the ticket anyway, so I didn't need to worry about the money. I asked her if the plane tickets would be arriving at my house, and she said no. She hadn't been able to arrange that, so I'd have to pick them up from the airport on the day of the flight. I told her that I'd prefer to have the ticket in hand before driving all the way down to Heathrow, or at the very least, could she email me the receipt for the ticket so I knew everything was kosher. And again, she flipped out at this, screaming over instant messenger and hurling some of the worst written abuse I think I'd ever seen in my life. Hell, at this point I didn't even care if she was genuine, Californian hot girl or not. Never stick your head in crazy, as they say. And so I told her to have a nice life, blocked her, and moved on thinking that I was no worse for wear. I did kind of miss her, or miss the things that I'd imagined getting up to with her, but it was whatever. And a few days later, I was strolling through town with a couple of the boys when I heard a female voice yelling my name with some absolute venom. I turned to look, and an ex-girlfriend from year 8 came bounding across the high street. Lucy was a large Wiccan girl who had been a smaller, quiet girl when we dated. We just kind of drifted apart after just a few weeks, simply not vibing, and I'd never even thought about her since. We were in 6th form college now, and I saw her around at times, often being quite loud and mouthy, and was always glad that I dodged a bullet with that one. And now she was storming over to me, swinging her big woolen black bag, pentagrams jangling around her neck, mascara smeared around her eyes. And she came up to me and jabbed me in the chest with a porky finger, hollering at me that I had no idea what I'd missed out on, and that I'd regret not paying her what I owed her for the heartbreak. She began screeching that she was going to put a spell on me and my friends, and that my genitals would fall off. Then she mentioned a few things that only Handcuffs would know, and that's when I realized. Handcuffs was Lucy, my weird Wiccan ex-girlfriend from year 8, and I'd been successfully and decisively catfished by this crazy bitch. My mates would give me the ribbing of a lifetime about this later, but right now Lucy seemed genuinely unhinged and dangerous. She was talking as if she genuinely believed that she was Handcuffs, and had at least summoned or manifested her, and that if I'd just sent her the money to pay her rent, then everything would have been forgiven and we could have gone back to being in love. I asked her what needed forgiving, and she said the fact that I broke up with her. In year 8, lady, like 5 years ago, and we just drifted apart, so I yelled at her, and it absolutely broke her brain. Lucy full-blown leaped on me, slamming me to the floor, and I felt my head hit the side of a granite bench as I fell, and blood began to trickle from my skull. And on top of that, I could feel tiny, sharp pains in my chest as she began to stab me over and over repeatedly with a safety pin. It was more annoying than agonizing, and coupled with the crack in my skull, things were starting to feel very serious. I felt my friends dragging Lucy off me, and the next thing I knew, I was waking up in the hospital. Lucy had accidentally fractured my damn skull when she'd pushed me, and I had a massive bleed on my brain. My chest was also really sore from being stabbed by a damn safety pin, and my parents told me that Lucy was absolutely mortified about nearly killing me. Lucy's parents were insisting that she went into a voluntary rehab stint. Apparently, she'd been pretty heavy into drugs and alcohol, and this was a wake-up call for her. And it was up to me if I pressed charges, and ultimately, I decided not to. But that is the story of how I got catfished, stalked, and almost killed by a fake unalive lass who almost unalived me. For a bit of a happy ending, Lucy went through a stint at rehab and got better. We're not close or anything, but she's a mother of two and a fitness instructor now and living her best life. We keep in touch sporadically, though, for class reunions and stuff, and she has an incredibly dark sense of humor like I do, so we're able to joke about her almost killing me. In fact, it was her idea that I write this up, and she proofread and signed off on it. Some of the more damning descriptions of her were added by her, and she said that I should send it to a True Scary Stories channel, and so I settled on sending it to my favorite lad who would never catfish anyone. Let's read. So I've been a listener for a long time, and I've come into your live stream sometimes, and I'm ashamed to say that I've left a few comments laughing at some of the submitting authors for being idiots. I've always felt a bit guilty about it because deep down I know that I'm just projecting. As about 8 years ago, I got myself into a situation with a weird internet creeper, and I know it really was my own doing. I guess it's easier to take out my frustrations on others than admit fault. My friend Allison warned me about this guy named Jeff. And yeah, it was my own stupid fault. I admit that up front. And Allison told me, "Hey Shan, I met this guy on such and such Facebook group, and he started being all weird and intense with me." And she told me he was into swords and horror and all sorts of edgelord things. She told me that Jeff had mentioned me a few times and that he thought I was interesting. She said she thought he'd been trying to hit me up next. And she was right. He did. And my bored, stupid self, against my better judgment, allowed him to strike up a conversation with me. If you've ever been on the internet at all anytime between the 2000s and the late 2010s, you'll know guys like Jeff. Intense, serious, quick-to-anger anime fans who love The Killing Joke, Sin City, Firefly, and Arma. They hate the MCU and any mainstream superhero thing. They claim to be huge comic book fans, but get all their information from the Nolan Batman movies. They're an embarrassment to genuine comic book fans and nerds and people who understand why the Joker actually is a cool character, instead of why meme lord incels think he is. True ones understand. And Jeff was not a true one. His favorite game of all time was BioShock Infinite, and this is not to insult that game, but it is relevant and will come up later. And when Jeff started talking to me, it wasn't actually as bad as I expected. He was surprisingly fairly interesting. He had a rudimentary interest in the same things I did, the same comics, movies, anime, and video games. And at first, the cracks didn't show. But then the more he talked about these things, the clearer it became that he was getting all his information from probably Wikipedia or a handful of movie adaptations. He'd make definitive, sweeping statements about media that was just completely wrong or misinformed. For example, he went on about how Batman was his favorite superhero because all of his rogue gallery was totally grounded and normal, nothing weird or comic booky. And this was only true in the movie adaptations, but to an OG Batman comics fan, it's a ridiculous thing to say. I made the mistake of pointing this out to him, and he got super mad and started yelling at me that the comics didn't really count, Weird. Now, I only knew Jeff online, thank God, but every time I'd come online, I'd find lengthy messages from him. After just a week of knowing him, he'd write elaborate essays about how close we were and how much I meant to him and how grateful he was to know someone like me. We had known each other for probably a week at that point. The close friendship he'd imagined in his head soon seemed to sway towards the suggestion of a relationship. I had absolutely no romantic interest in this guy and had made it very clear to him that I wasn't looking, but it was like he heard what he wanted to hear. Multiple times he tried to impress me by crowing on about how he had to break the heart of his last girlfriend because she wanted to sleep with him, and he'd lectured her about how that was inappropriate. When I asked why it was inappropriate, he let slip that he, in his early 30s, had been dating a 16-year-old girl. Not just online either. They were dating in person. And he very smugly told me that he wouldn't sleep with her because it was illegal though, and she was a bad person for wanting to get with him. Okay, buddy. That's the child at fault for sure, I bet. And this is when I decided that I didn't really want to be friends with this weirdo anymore. And one time I told him I was sick and that I wouldn't be online for a while. And after 5 days of frantic messages from him, I kind of snapped and said, "Dude, I was sick." And he kept replying saying, "I knew it. I just knew it." And then proceeded to ramble on about how we had a freaking psychic connection and how he had the same thing with his beloved grandmother and could always tell when something was wrong with a loved one, so he had simply been able to tell that I wasn't okay. Oh right, it was a psychic connection and not the fact that I literally told you 5 days ago. Next, when I wouldn't reply, he began sending me messages saying that he was having severe chest pains and then narrating his journey to the emergency room and leaving vague hints that he had only hours or minutes left to live. The first time, I stupidly fell for it, and then he would simply do it every time he wanted attention. But there was never any follow-up to these medical disasters. An absolute clown man. And when that stopped working, he began to spin sob stories about various elderly relatives he lived with who were on death's door. The problem was, he couldn't remember the stories that he'd spun. So one month it was his beloved granddad who'd raised him who was dying, but the next month it was his grandmother, and then it was his brother, and then his dad, and none of them ever actually did die, and most of them never even got mentioned again. It also contradicted the fact that he previously told me that he lived with a roommate who stole a ton of money off of him but still lived with him, and also that he lived alone. It was just completely nonsensical gibberish, all designed to evoke sympathy. He'd write lengthy attention-seeking diatribes on Facebook about how everyone he knew always wanted to take from him, and how he was an untapped well of positivity and generosity, who was literally incapable of being mean, that he genuinely had some kind of condition that meant that he couldn't be unpleasant to people. And yet somehow he was always managing to condemn women and girls for their behavior, choice of dress, etc., or calling other people fake fans of things he liked, even though he had the most rudimentary understanding of most things. And eventually, it all became too much for me. He'd go on these rants about how desire was disgusting and inappropriate, but also keep trying to hit on me. He'd send me random poorly lit photos of himself. Nothing risque even, just weird photos of him in a hat, and then ask for lengthy opinions on how good he looked, and if he felt like I hadn't said enough, he'd just keep pressing and pressing. Now again, let me stress that I met this guy online for about 6 weeks, and in the end, I told him that things were way too intense for me, and that while I'd be happy to try a friendship with him, we just didn't have the same kind of relationship where we were actually close BFFs or more like he seemed to keep insisting. This was of course my fault, and he lost it with me, getting ragey and angry at the fact that I'd said that I was willing to be his friend. Now why would I say that if I wasn't? I tried to explain to him that being someone's friend doesn't involve constant trauma dumping, attention seeking, and claims of psychic bonds. But he was having none of it. He started swearing and cursing at me, so I blocked him. Later, he messaged me on Steam apologizing for what he was about to do. It wasn't clear whether he was going to do something to himself or to me. I wasn't too concerned about the latter, though. We lived in totally different countries, and he was far too broke to fly here and do anything to me. Of course, nothing came of it because guys like him are all terror and bluster, and instead, he posted a huge rant on Facebook about how if you have a beautiful songbird in a cage, it's your duty to let her fly free. It was a quote from BioShock Infinite, and he decided I was Elizabeth from BioShock and he was, I don't know, her dad? Yeah, way to make it even more creepier, pal. It was a pretty terrifying experience, even if I can look back on it and laugh at him. Having someone that toxic in your life is horrible, and I've severely learned my lesson about believing people like this are interesting. And I hope the same can be said for my third friend who decided to befriend Jeff even after all of what I told her. And last I heard, she'd cut him off because he was trying to convince her to cheat on her husband with him. When I was much younger, I used to hang out on various internet forums. Now, I won't share the names of them because I have no idea if some of them still exist or their archives can be tracked down, and I don't want my dumb teenage self to get me canceled in 2025. Now, I don't actually remember where I specifically met Baghead. It may have just been on Twitter now that I think about it. And he quickly started cropping up on a few places I frequented though, but that wasn't too unusual since most of my online social group came from the same places. It was definitely Twitter where he'd first reached out to chat with me though. And now I'm pretty guarded and savvy about people wanting to befriend and talk to me, but back then I was kinda happy to chat to anyone, which is a big mistake. Baghead wasn't the first weirdo who latched onto me through my forum use, but he was most definitely the most intense. After a few days of talking, he began to hint that not only was I his soulmate, but he was most definitely mine too. If you've never had someone try to convince you of that, there's a pretty big difference. And when someone's trying to get with you, it's easy enough for them to list all of the things they like about you to try and flatter you. Now, Baghead did all of this, but he also constantly talked about the ways we'd be compatible. And hopefully you can imagine what I mean by that. And I stress that I did absolutely nothing to provoke this kind of conversation. In fact, a bit of backstory about me, I have no interest in that kind of thing whatsoever due to some deeply unpleasant events in my childhood. In fact, I'd go so far as to say that I can be extremely traumatized by intimate talk and intrusive intimate suggestions. I learned very quickly on the internet that, in the words of a great philosopher, not to be some woke asshole, but women have it hard, man. And that's why every time I made a new friend, especially a guy, I was always very upfront and clear about the fact that I only wanted friendship. Actively wasn't interested in romance or more and simply wasn't wired that way. And I wouldn't become friends with a guy until I was sure that he understood this. Baghead assured me that he understood this and sympathized, and even had a sister who was in the same position as me and blah 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 blah. I'm not sure I ever really fell for it, but you can still see why that it was a bit of a shock when, after a week, he sent me a lengthy confession admitting his love for me. If it had just been that, I think that we could have moved on from it, but he also included some fairly explicit descriptive talk about things that he'd like for us to do together, things that just hadn't ever been discussed between us. He also drew some very gross anime-style fan art of me, which pretty much unsettled me. And it was completely unprompted. I was horrified, but stupid me, I tried to explain to him that we didn't have that kind of relationship and that I didn't want to have that kind of interaction with him. Now, I can totally understand Baghead being disgusted at his mistake. I kind of expected him to disappear forever after this. Instead, he threw a huge pity party tantrum, ranting and raving and screaming about how much of a terrible person he was and how he ruined everything, how he destroyed everything beautiful, and how no friendship could ever last because of his stupid head. He said he wanted to cave his own skull in and cut his own face off and all sorts of extreme frantic stuff. At the time, I was young and dumb and naive, like I said, and didn't realize that this was an emotionally abusive attention-seeking technique, so my stupid ass was genuinely concerned for Baghead. Naturally, I went out of my way to reassure him that it was okay, that he hadn't screwed anything up, and that I'd still be his friend. I told him I didn't really appreciate the weird fanfic about me, but I hadn't clicked on it, so it was no big deal. Baghead calmed down but started sending me photos of himself, clearly not wearing a shirt and asking what I thought of his face and hair. And he had long, messy hair and was clearly proud of it, and beyond that, he was just a normal, stocky dude. Not bad looking, but like I said, I'm not wired that way. And I told him he looked good though, trying to just be nice, and that was clearly a mistake. He kept sending me more and more photos, mirror selfies that showed off more and more of his pasty chest. and it ended with half of our conversations just involving him spamming me with selfies and asking what I thought of his face and hair. And what was I supposed to keep saying? Eventually, I told him it was getting a bit much and that I didn't really know what to say in response to all the identical selfies that were getting more and more bathroom-focused. And I very gently suggested that I'd prefer that he would wear a shirt in them, you know? And this led to another absolutely terrifying meltdown. This time, he sent me messages and posted tweets talking about how he should cut his heart out of his chest, carve loser into his flesh, cut his hands and arms off, and then finally cut his face off again. This time, I wasn't quite as intimidated by it because he'd made these threats before and never so much as even slapped himself on the cheek. But it's still pretty horrible to hear an adult male screaming about how disgusting he is in voice notes, especially when you know that the implication is that you made him feel that way. Once again, it fell to me to try and make him feel better and assure him that it was fine. He hadn't ruined our friendship and all that stuff. And he acted really sad and volatile for a day or two, and I was starting to worry that maybe he actually would do some harm to himself. And that's when he messaged me with a request that would make him feel better. His self-confidence was at an all-time low, he said, and the only way he saw himself getting out of it was if a female friend could give him a confidence boost and tell him that his unclothed body was attractive. Yeah. He was asking to send that kind of photos so I would say that he looks good to help his mental health. And this was too much for me. I told him that I would prefer that he didn't do that and that it's something that he should save for a future partner. And then I just hit offline for the next few days. Now during this time, he had an absolute meltdown on social media, making vague references to how his toxic self had ruined yet another friendship, and how he was a negative and cancerous presence in other people's lives, etc. All very intense, scary stuff for a young woman like myself, and I ignored it and pretended that I didn't see it. And after a few days, he sent me an offline message asking if I was okay and if he'd done anything wrong. Not wanting to get into drama, I told him that he hadn't, and I was just going through some really difficult PTSD things. Baghead told me he understood and that he'd leave me to it. The next day, I received an email from Baghead, and I expected some kind of drama or hand-wringing, but instead it was a video file and a single sentence that said, "To cheer you up." I did not click on that video file because I know better than to open unknown video files emailed unexpectedly from weirdos. Instead, I asked Baghead what he'd sent me, and as blunt as you could imagine, he told me it was a video of him enjoying himself in a solo manner that he'd made for me to cheer me up and make me feel better. And I was so horrified to the point that I was actually mad at him, but I also knew how volatile he got and how he threatened to hurt himself every time I rejected him. I decided that I'd just politely say that I wasn't really interested, and then just slowly stop communicating with him. If I blocked him on instant messengers, he wouldn't know because I usually set my status to appear offline anyways. And I told him that I wasn't going to watch the video and reminded him that I was specifically dealing with childhood trauma, so it wasn't really my type of thing. And instead of losing his mind for a change, he actually started lecturing me on how it would be good for me and how it would make me feel better and how I really should just give his video a watch to see if I enjoyed it because he was confident it would essentially fix me. And I hope it's clear at this point, but Baghead didn't really know me that well or have any insight as to why I wasn't interested in this stuff, beyond him being creepy and weird in the first place. I just told him I wasn't and that I don't feel like he was owed any answers. And all I'd say is that he was absolutely off the mark and there was no way that this was an appropriate thing to subject me to. I'm calm about it when I recount the story, but at the time it was genuinely really weighing on me. Baghead was a volatile, angry, pushy guy. He had this whole shtick of understanding women's struggles, but used it almost exclusively to talk down to me, and then act like he could fix my trauma essentially by sending me all sorts of disgusting imagery of himself. It was gross, terrifying, and overwhelming. So I stopped speaking to him on Instant Messenger, and he did not take this well. To start, I still followed him on Twitter and Facebook because I was terrified of the drama that would result in me blocking or unfollowing him in a way that he could see, and he fully took advantage of that. And the week after I refused to watch his creepy video, he posts thousands and thousands of words of rants on Twitter and Facebook. And at first he kept talking about how he always drove people away and how he was a toxic poison. Quickly, though, he started blaming a third party, me obviously, and ranting about how everyone took advantage of him, spat on his kindness, manipulated and dismissed him, blee blah blue, cry me a river. And he was clearly trying to make me feel guilty as hell, and it almost worked. Instead, something kind of snapped in me and I just got really, really mad. In retrospect, this was my first big experience with a guy being persistently creepy to me online in a way that encroached on my personal space and threatened to affect me directly. Since I'd never really dealt with anything quite like this before, I wasn't sure how to handle it, and decided that it would be just better to tell him that I needed to cut him off rather than just do it and have him discover I'd blocked him by chance. Part of me was really worried that he could track me down where I live. He lived fairly close by, definitely feasible to just drive to see me, and these days it's not too hard to find someone online if you really want to. I DM'd him on Twitter and said, "Hey, this is really doing a number on my mental health, and I can't keep seeing this on my feed, so I'm going to unfollow and block you, but please just move on and leave me alone, and I won't call you out for harassment and all of that." Then I unfollowed him, gave it some time so I could be sure that he'd seen my message, and then blocked him too. I didn't look at his feed for some time myself, but a few days later, a friend I'd told about the situation let me know that Baghead was posting some pretty extreme stuff on his Twitter. He was again talking about how sick he was of being walked over and taken advantage of, and that on Monday, everything would change. People would look at him differently, and they would know that he was a serious person who wasn't to be messed with, and that the person who'd recently trampled on his heart would discover the result of her actions. And I was sick worrying about this. Was he threatening to harm me or himself? I asked my friend and even my mom if they thought that I should try and report him to law enforcement and all that, and I didn't actually know his real name or address. I just knew the state that he lived in, so what could I do? A relative is a local cop, so I at least let them know that this guy was potentially behaving threatening towards me. Thankfully, Monday came and I didn't have to wait for the knife to drop or the trigger to be pulled. Baghead revealed the big dramatic event that he'd been foreshadowing. It was a haircut. He had a haircut, transforming his long hair into a short, neat, regimented buzz cut. And that was the dire action this chump took. And when I looked on his feed, he was a few tweets into rambling and a pretentious essay about how this was a new him and he was no longer going to offer his heart and soul to those who'd trample on it. And sure thing, friendo. Feel free to keep your heart and soul firmly in your pants going forward. And with that, I never looked at this creep's social media feed again, and thank God he never decided to escalate things with me beyond online harassment. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. EST, and there are super fun live streams every Sunday and Wednesday night. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. And I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, 28 inches is coming for you later. I have this traumatic childhood memory that I cannot forget. Sometimes I dream about it or just think about it late at night when I can't sleep and I'm feeling stressed. It sucks, and I thought maybe posting about it might help me get over it a little. So I'm sending this to you today, and when I was a kid, we were always struggling for money. I feel like we moved houses maybe 6 or 7 times, usually a downgrade to a much cheaper property, even a trailer one time, followed by a big upgrade because my dad never lived within our means. As soon as he had a bit of dough, we started spending it, living in luxury. It was kind of sweet. He wanted to provide for me, my mom, and my baby brother, but he just wasn't good at keeping hold of money. When he had a good job, we'd get takeout food every day, and he'd shower us with toys and mom with gifts. Then we'd lose everything and end up in some dirty-ass trailer park or something, and everyone would be stressed. Dad would never take it out on us, but he'd take it out on himself, smoking and drinking and falling into a stupor, so it took longer to break out of the rut and find the next job. I never really knew what my father did for work. He didn't have a profession exactly. He took on random jobs and schemes pretty much. He was always looking for his latest get-rich-quick gimmick, and if I'd try to list or even remember most of them, I'd probably be here all night. One time, he sold cigarettes out of the back of his car until the law shut him down. Another time, he got a group of parolee friends working as home decorators until a client realized that he didn't have the necessary licenses and insurance when one of the guys fell through the roof. It was just things like this, all the time, and while he was a fun dad, it also made my childhood incredibly stressful, especially after my baby brother Barton was born and wouldn't stop crying all the time. The specific memory that sticks in my mind happened when we were renting a fairly nice house in the suburbs. I guess Dad's latest scheme had been paying off because things had been going well for a while and I was beginning to let myself relax. I remember the sun was setting, so that it must have been mid-evening when the knock on the door came. I knew my mom and dad were downstairs with Barton, so I was surprised when the knock sounded again and nobody answered. I looked out the window of my bedroom at the front of the house. A guy was standing at the door. He looked up at me and something about him terrified me. I know it's silly, but in my head I kind of equate him to that Rocksteady character from the Ninja Turtles. You know that big rhinoceros with a tank top, khaki pants, and big boots? This guy reminded me of him, only, human. He had this mullet that looked ex-army and an earring that kind of glinted in one ear and tattoos all up his thick, muscled arms. He must have caught sight of me looking at him because he looked up and kind of scowled at me from under a very thick, ugly unibrow. I know I'm probably imagining him as more troll-like and terrifying in my mind than he actually was, but I guess that's how childhood traumas kind of get at you, I guess. And now I'm going to call him Rocksteady, but he began hammering on the front door with a very meaty fist. He shouted that he knew we were home. He'd seen someone in the upstairs window. An instant terror and guilt flooded through me. Immediately I heard footsteps downstairs, Dad going to the front door and Mom coming upstairs. My bedroom door opened just as I heard the front door unlatch. Mom was holding Barton, reassuring me that everything was okay and to come back into the room and play. I ignored her and ran to the window. Dad had stepped outside into the front yard with Rocksteady, and Rocksteady was sizing up Dad, looming over him very menacingly. And my dad wasn't a fighter. He wasn't a buff guy who worked out. He was fairly short, and in my mind, he was fragile. He was always smiling and joking and being silly, and the idea of someone like Rocksteady hurting him seemed like a genuine possibility. Even more so as I watched this guy grab Dad by his shirt and drag him into the street. I started to cry and bang on the window, but Mom came and pulled me away and made me play with Barton for a bit, even though inside I was absolutely breaking. After 5 minutes or so, Mom had to use the bathroom, so I darted to the window again. Dad and Rocksteady were in the street. Dad was pacing back and forth, gesturing and talking animatedly in his way, and Rockstar seemed calmer and was leaning up against a muscle car. I watched as Dad and Rockstar shook hands, and then Dad came back into the house. He was all smiles and cheery after that. Nothing to worry about, he said. Just a simple misunderstanding. Rocksteady was a guy he worked with and his paycheck hadn't gone through, but it was all sorted out now and everything had been squared away. I told my dad that that man reminded me of the Rhino from Ninja Turtles, and he seemed to find that hilarious. I thought Mom was calm and fine too, but in retrospect, she clearly wasn't. I went to bed more relaxed that night. It was around 1 a.m. when I heard the crash. It was coming from downstairs, the sound of wood splintering and the front door being kicked in. I looked out the window in terror to see 3 men coming through our front door, and Rocksteady was taking up the rear. There was commotion from elsewhere upstairs, Mom and Dad reacting to the break-in, I now know, and then smashing and breaking glass from downstairs, and next, screaming and yelling. I could now hear 4 male voices, including my father's, and then my mom screaming. Finally, Barton started crying, adding to the cacophony, and Mom's footsteps came thundering upstairs. I had already locked my door, and she rattled on it. I asked who it was, and she said it was Mom. She said it was good that I'd locked my door and to keep it locked and stay there, and she was going to take Barton into their room. She told me not to come out under any circumstances, and that Daddy was fine, and not to worry. His friends had just come over, and they were just being loud. Even at my young age, I knew that this was all nonsense, but I told Mom I'd stay put. So I had to sit there on my bed listening to the 3 men smash up our things downstairs. Dad was yelling for a while, and then I heard another crash, and his voice stopped. I was crying to myself, these heavy sobs, and I felt like my chest was going to burst and my heart would explode. It felt like the chaos went on forever. Eventually, things fell silent and I thought I was safe. And suddenly there was a hammering on my door. The wooden frame shuddered and I screamed. A male voice I didn't recognize called out, telling me to open the door. I'll just call this one Creepshow. And he called me a little B-word and said that if I was Colin's daughter, Colin was my dad, I was gonna suffer. Creepshow started saying all these awful things he was going to do to me that I don't want to repeat here. Stuff that as a little kid I'd never even heard of before. I was still sobbing, crying, and freaking out. Then I heard a bang from out in the hallway, like someone punching a wall. A voice asked what the F Creepshow was talking about, and I recognized the voice as that Rocksteady guy. Creepshow said that Colin's daughter, the little B-word, was hiding in here and he was going to drag her out and show Colin what happened to the daughters of men who don't pay up. Rocksteady absolutely lost it. He started screaming at this guy, saying that I was only 7 years old and what kind of sicko threatens a kid. That they were just here to scare Colin to get what they were owed, but this was way over the line. Creepshow didn't back down and started hurling abuse at Rocksteady. There was a moment of silence, and then suddenly my door came splintering open. A man I didn't even recognize, who I later learned was Creepshow, flew backwards into the room, having just been drop-kicked probably through the door by that Rocksteady guy. And now Rocksteady rushed into the room, grabbed Creepshow from the floor, dragged him up, and threw him out. He looked at me, and the terrifying guy I'd been so afraid of suddenly melted away, and his face softened. I've never seen someone transform like that before or since. Rocksteady told me he was sorry. He didn't really mean for things to go this way. And then he returned to beating the absolute crap out of Creepshow for daring to threaten a little girl like that. The outcome of this story is truly bizarre. Rocksteady genuinely felt so bad about bringing that kind of person to our house that he even offered to pay Dad for the damage. Dad was a bit bruised and scared, but ultimately okay. He didn't really want to call the cops because, well, whatever he was involved in probably wasn't very legal. Rocksteady and the other guy, who was just some sidekick that I never even saw, promised that they'd take Creepshow away and deal with him. Dad told us later that the 3 men were some bikers he'd hired to work on a project with him, and something had gone wrong with paying them apparently. He made things right with Rocksteady, and after that, Dad went completely straight. I guess it took my life being threatened to finally wake him up. Dad passed away recently, and he lived an honest life ever since that day. I have no idea what happened to Rocksteady or that Creepshow guy, and it's not Rocksteady who causes me to wake up at night, panicking and scared. It's Creepshow. The things he said to me through that door, the punishments he promised to beat out of me, they're not anything that a 7-year-old girl should ever have to hear. No, I'm sure Creepshow isn't even alive anymore. When Rocksteady drop-kicked him through my bedroom door, he looked like he must have been in his 50s even then. He'd had to have been over 80 by now, so I can only hope that he died in pain and misery. But sometimes late at night, I imagine he's still out there, walking up the stairs to my bedroom door, and this time my dad and Rocksteady are no longer around to stop him. When I was a teenager, I used to share this as a ghost story, but then something happened in my adult years that made it very real and somehow a lot scarier than when I thought I'd encountered a spirit. So bear with me. To my child mind, this was a paranormal encounter, but it's not, and you'll find out why in the second half. I know you don't often run supernatural stories lately on the channel, so I wanted to assure you up front that this isn't that, even if it seems so at first. When I was a kid, my family lost our house and we had to downgrade. That's what I was told anyway, but honestly, I loved the new house. It was older than our previous zero-lot line house, a row house with 3 floors, a tiny backyard, and an alleyway that ran in between the middle of the houses and then along the back of the properties. To this day, I insist that this new house was better than our much more valuable house from before. The garden was overgrown, filled with mystery and wonder for a kid like me. There was a broken-down greenhouse that contained all sorts of treasures, and the people next door owned a tortoise that would sometimes break into our yard. There was a crumbling shed filled with the remnants of the last owners, and next to that, adjacent to the back alley, was a big pile of trash made up of things from our move, like mattresses and boxes, but also discarded garden equipment, sort of a bunch of statues and ornaments, all sorts of crazy fun things for an 8-year-old boy like me to mess with. The trash pile in the garden was fenced off from within the garden, and the gate had rusted shut. I could climb over it, but I'd been banned from doing so by my mom and was worried about me falling over the fence and impaling myself on a rake or a garden gnome or something. If I wanted to explore the trash paradise, I had to exit through the front door, walk a few houses down, and then head down the alleyway and around the back of the houses where the trash pile had a much more accessible gate. And this is what I was doing on the day this happened. I walked down the long, dark, and honestly a bit scary arched tunnel leading to the open-air back alley. There was all sorts of old graffiti on the bricks, and not spray paint or tags, but scratches using stones from the ground. The neighborhood's past kids had left their mark, and I've always paused to read some of it before continuing on. Janice plus John forever. Betsy and Evelyn lived here 1963. Things like that. I still live in my childhood home to this day, so I see these scribblings regularly. I've added a few of my own over the years with some friends. I just read a new one that said something like, Arthur ate his kids, and it put the spooks in me, understandably. So I guess I was a little jumpy when I emerged from the darkness and into the alley. I looked up and down just to see if any of the neighborhood kids were back here, and the alley was completely unoccupied from both ends. I walked past the 3 back gardens that led to my own. When I reached mine, I tried to unlatch the gate, but the metal hook had gotten rusted or stuck somehow since the last time I used it. I was reaching over the fence trying to work out why it wouldn't come unhooked when I felt rough, pinching fingers on my arm. I spun around and came face to face with an ancient-looking man. He wasn't one of those kindly, pleasant-looking old folks. This guy had a mean, spiteful look in his eyes. He had dirty whiskers sprouting from his chin and wiry white hair that had yellowed with tobacco discoloration at the temples. In my memory, his irises were non-existent, just huge black pupils swimming in his scleras. Tufts of hair grew from his nostrils, and his big ears protruded in a way that almost made me laugh. It was hard to laugh with his tight, vicious grip on my arm, though. The man absolutely stank, too, of dampness and just body odor. I tried to pull away, but his fingernails dug into my arm. He asked me what the hell I was doing, snooping back here. I told him I lived here, and he spat out that he thought I was a liar. And when he talked, I saw his teeth weren't just yellow, they were brown, black, or even missing. His breath stank of death, and that's the best I can describe it. My mind immediately went back to the graffiti that I'd just seen. Arthur ate his kids. And this guy certainly smelled like he'd eaten a kid or two in his day. The old man tugged on my arm again hard and made me wince in pain. He called me a liar and a thief and said he'd turn me into the authorities. He told me that I had to come with him so I wouldn't run away. I'd been warned by my parents and teachers about what dirty, stinky old men could do to young boys, even ones as old as 8 and as brave as me, so there was absolutely no way that I was letting him take me anywhere. Besides, even if he was telling the truth and he was going to hand me over to the quote-unquote authorities, I hadn't done anything wrong. The alleyway was public, and the house I was going into was mine. I did the only thing I could think to do, pulled myself free from his arm, and then yeeted myself over the little fence leading into the backyard. Mom was right. There was a danger of impaling myself if I jumped into the trash pile recklessly, and I was damn lucky that I managed to stop with a sharp shard of metal just slightly pressing into my thigh, enough to draw blood and make me wince, but not enough to do any damage. Quickly avoiding further damage from the spike, I turned around to tell the old man triumphantly that I was in my house now, and I lived here, and if he liked he could knock on the front door and ask my parents, and they could confirm that I was very much allowed to be here. The leaping to turning process must have taken all of 3 seconds, but when I turned about to face this old man, he was now gone. I was almost disappointed. I was robbed of my righteous indignation and the chance to show an adult that I was right and he was wrong. So I peered over the fence to see where he'd gone. The alleyway was empty. I looked left and right, no sign of the guy. I hadn't heard any of the other back gates open. All the other houses had high fences leading to the alley. It was only my house that had a small temporary fence because they'd taken the main fence down to help us move in, and we hadn't replaced it yet until this trash paradise had been removed. I unlatched the gate, noticing that a stick had been caught in the loop preventing me from unhooking it. Then I ran to the head of the alley and looked down the tunnel. There was no way that the old man could have simply reached the street already, and yet sure enough, he was gone. I went back into my back garden, thoroughly done with playing outside, and from then on, I had a ghost story to tell. For years I recounted the story of how a ghostly old man had appeared from nowhere, grabbed me, threatened me, and then disappeared into the ether. Of course, most people didn't believe it. They assumed I'd either imagined him and he'd never actually grabbed me, or he had grabbed me and he must have been one of my neighbors. He wasn't one of my neighbors though. Like I said, I still live in that house now, and I met every neighbor from back then. Nobody remotely matched his description, and I never saw him again, and I know that he didn't disappear into one of the back gardens. I never really considered one of the 2 options that must have happened, though. Either the man snuck through the fence leading to the other side of the alley, which led to a retirement home, or he sprinted away when I broke free of his grasp, fast enough to have disappeared when I went looking. I'm going to guess it was the former, though, because many years later, I found out that the old man had come from the retirement home. It's more believable that he snuck through some type of unseen hole in the fence than this old-ass man sprinted away faster than a college athlete. So why was this dirty old man lurking in the alleyway behind my house, grabbing an unsuspecting kid? I met up with a friend a couple of years ago who works in law enforcement. He asked me if I was still living at my address, and I said yeah. He'd said he'd thought about me recently because a case he was working on had involved someone who lived at the retirement home in the 90s. Apparently the guy had been a violent offender in his heyday and had spent quite a bit of time in prison. Then eventually he'd been released and ended up at that very retirement home. My buddy wouldn't tell me exactly what this guy had done, but he was horrified and almost actively angry at the fact that I'd never been informed that such a violent offender lived behind my property. After I met with my buddy, I asked my parents if they'd ever known about it, and they hadn't, so I guess we just didn't have to be informed back then. Now back to the present with my buddy though, he told me that the guy was long dead now and that he'd cropped up as a potential accomplice of a current suspect they had who was part of a ring. So my buddy was curious if I'd never seen anyone being weird with kids around my area. He described the man, and while I can't be sure because ultimately he was generic skeevy old white dude, it very much sounded like the ghost who grabbed me in the alley. And I reminded my friend about my true ghost story from my childhood, which I told him and others a bunch of times, and We both went a bit pale and quiet. Honestly, I think I preferred it when I thought the old fogey was just some ghost. I can look back on a ghostly encounter with wonder and excitement. But a near miss with an old pederast, though, well, that's a lot more traumatic. So me and my family moved to a new town in the early 2000s. Dad got a promotion at work, so we upgraded and moved to a nice place in the suburbs. Me and my sister got to attend a better school, Mom got to meet some new friends, and Dad had a much shorter drive to work. Everything was great. I was really excited to move, and I'd never moved to a different house before, and it seemed like a wild adventure. These days I look back and think what an idiot I was. Moving houses isn't something that I wish on my worst enemy, even under positive circumstances. It's so freaking stressful. But back then, I was a 6-year-old kid, so the world was all sunshine and rainbows. I'd never known true fear or suffering. At least until the day this all happened. I remember that day that I had an argument with my sister. We were twins, so even as brother and sister, we almost never argue. She's my best friend and I hung out with her nearly all the time, so I was really salty and upset that this day we'd fallen out. I don't even remember why, but I definitely remember that it was her fault. Hi Holly, if you're listening to this, you know I'm gonna send it to you, if Let's Read narrates it. We'd lived in the neighborhood for about 6 months by this point, but I'd only met and befriended the kids that lived across the street, brothers Mike and Joe. Most of the other houses were occupied by older folks. It was kind of a quiet community, perfect for older couples but less popular for families with kids. I knew there was one other family though, just at the end of the cul-de-sac around the corner. They were a big family, mom, dad, 3 sisters, and a brother. We knew them vaguely from church, and they were known as an extremely nice, friendly family, so I thought nothing of just wandering around their house and knocking for them to see if they wanted to come play. 2 of them did, the girl my age, Kathy, and her brother, Will. We played various ball games and whatever other silly things kids enjoyed back then. It was fun, and I liked them. Then, from a field across the road, a group of other kids came strolling over. One of them was Will's friend and a few other kids, and then Will's friend's cousin, who was a chunky, loud, and angry girl called Hester. Hester was about 10, so older than most of us, and she lorded that fact over the other kids. Immediately I could tell that she was an insufferable little brat, and after just an hour she started picking on 5 or 6 different kids in turn, making people cry or turn on each other in the way that bullies do. Of course, because Hester was such an obnoxious, unpleasant person, everyone wanted to impress her. And that's how it is when you're kids, I guess. After a bit, Hester declared that our neighborhood was fake and gay and dumb, and if us stupid kids knew what was good for us, we'd follow her across the field to a much cooler place. None of us were allowed to go that far from home, and none of us wanted to get hurt by Hester either, as she would be threatening. And the place that Hester led us to was actually cool. It was the beginnings of a park, sort of half set up and half under construction. A set of monkey bars and a swing set had already been set up, and a teeter-totter and a merry-go-round were abandoned on the green half covered in plastic. I guess it says something about the nature of the area that these things were just left there waiting for construction to resume after the weekend, and that the area wasn't fenced off or anything. And like moths to the flame, some of the kids waddled wide-eyed over to the swings and began playing there, and Hester commanded everyone to follow her though, and led us to a stack of concrete tubes. They were stacked in a pyramid shape, 3 on the bottom, 2 in the middle, 1 on the top. "Who's brave enough to go inside?" Hester screeched, pointing at the middle tube on the bottom. And this seemed like a terribly stupid idea. The tubes were fastened together with some kind of metallic straps that held them in place, but even then, and even at 6, I was aware that these tubes were potentially incredibly dangerous, and incredibly stupid that anyone had left them unattended. "I'll do it," I said. So I got down on my hands and knees and carefully, nervously crawled into the tube. And I called that I was in, and then behind me, the light disappeared. I tried to turn around, and discovered that the tube was just too small for me to turn around in. And that's how I discovered that I suffer from crippling claustrophobia. I began to panic almost immediately, backing down the tube. My foot pressed against something. Hester and the other kids had put some kind of board or block over the exit. I tried to force against it, but the concrete scraped my bare knees and I couldn't get any trajectory to kick back against whatever they were holding there. And frantically, I already started to cry. I began to sort of crawl down the pipe towards the other end. It was very slow going. The pipe was about 20 feet long, made of rough, spiky concrete and little stones that dug painfully into my knees. I was about halfway to the end when Hester's face appeared in front of me at the end of the tube. She yelled at me that I was stuck in there and called me a little crybaby. This, of course, made me cry, which made the other kids start laughing at me, taunting me to impress Hester. Her ugly face looked in again, and then everything went dark as they covered that end of the tube with a board, too. I began to absolutely freak out, screaming and crying. I looked over my shoulder and saw from behind me. I realized they only had one board to cover the exit and were running back and forth outside. I began moving backwards, pleading with them to let me out. I heard Hester yell, and just as I'd neared the other end, light poured in far ahead of me and they covered the exit and freedom yet again. Like I said, I'd never experienced my true fear or suffering until that point, but suddenly it was like a little imp was sitting on my shoulders, punching me rapidly and repeatedly in the temples. I began absolutely hollering, crying, screaming, and begging them to let me out. Hester laughed and yelled at me to go to the other end, that the board was stuck, but I could get out if I crawled. So I crawled, blinking towards the light through my tears, and sure enough, when I was near the end, the kids jeered and howled at me, and then covered the end instead. And this process went on a couple of more times, each time with Hester promising me that they'd let me out this time, and each time they'd cover the exit. And by now I was cut up and bloody and screaming and obviously crying, and to this day I don't know what kind of psychopathic little brat Hester must have been to keep this up. In defense of the other kids, by now a few of them were arguing with her, shouting at her even, and I didn't know it, but Kathy and Will had already left to go get an adult at this point. As far as I knew from within my concrete tomb, though, all of those kids were out there enjoying it, and they wanted me dead. I don't know if I had some kind of actual seizure or if it was just a panic attack, but I began flailing and kicking. My skin burned with agony as I punched and kicked the concrete interior of the tube. I don't know what I was trying to do, if I thought that I could break my way out or something, but regardless, something did break. I heard a cracking, a crumbling noise, heard a metallic snap, and then felt a seismic shifting as the tubes on top of me began to roll. All hell broke loose. Hester and the other kids began screaming in fear. I started to roll, dust from the concrete tube stinging my eyes and making it almost impossible to see. I was pretty much in the middle of the damn tube. Blissful, blessed light flooded in from ahead of me, and I began to scramble as quick as I could towards freedom. I knew that I was in genuine, serious danger of actually dying if I didn't. As I reached the end, I felt hands on me dragging me roughly out of the tube, and I was pulled out onto the grass. Then I heard this rumble and a crunch, and heard the most haunting, ear-splitting scream, the worst sound I'd ever heard in my life. Kathy and Will's dad, Jack, was the one who pulled me to safety. They'd gone and told him what Hester was doing, and he'd come out to check and then rushed over in horror when he saw what the kids were doing to me. Meanwhile, Holly had come to apologize and witnessed me being pulled from the concrete tube seconds before it cracked and caved in on itself. If Jack hadn't pulled me out those last few feet, I genuinely don't think that I'd be here to write this story, at least not in one piece. The horrific scream that I heard had come from Hester's cousin, George, Will's friend, who lived nearby. One of the concrete tubes had just rolled off the stack and literally crushed his leg. I caught a glimpse of it as I was carried away by Jack, and holy crap, it was like there wasn't even a leg there. He was eventually fine, thankfully, but he had to have multiple metal pins surgically inserted into his leg, and a bunch of physical therapy, and Hester's family had to foot the entire bill. I have no idea what happened to her, and I wish her all the best, and I hope she went on to have a great and fulfilling life. Just kidding. I don't think I can really say what I feel about her without getting you demonetized. And so that's the childhood trauma that still keeps me up at night to this day. I still can't stay in enclosed spaces. Even elevators make me panic, and while I can manage them if I have to, I'd always rather take the stairs. I have an absolutely weird story for you, and it drives me nuts that I've never been able to work out the exact truth behind it, so maybe you and your listeners can give me some theories. At the very least, maybe it'll help me stop having nightmares about it if I finally talk about it to strangers on the internet. It was a pretty bad week to start with. Mom had asked her friend if I could stay with them in the weekdays before she had to do a work thing. Mom's friend had 2 kids, Benny and Daniel. Benny was my age and was my friend from school, and Daniel was younger. She was kind of a whiny, wet blanket kid who was constantly crying and moaning and kicking up a fuss about stuff. And that's why Benny and I didn't really take it seriously that day when Daniel fell and wouldn't get up. Instead, he just sat there, screaming and crying, saying, "It hurts, it hurts." We laughed at him to start with. It had only been a little fall, tripping backwards onto his butt. But when he carried on crying, we realized that maybe he was serious this time. Long story short, he had fallen backwards against the furnace of this fireplace thing and cracked his tailbone. Easy enough to recover from, but it required a hospital trip, and there was no way that Benny and Daniel's mom, Nancy, was going to tolerate Benny and I under her feet in a hospital waiting room all day. So Nancy called her friend, Kate, and asked if she could look after Benny and his friend they were babysitting, aka me. Kate was the mother of Elena and Carl. Elena was our friend from school, so we knew her. And sorry if this is some tangle web of confusion, but this is important. Me, Benny, and Elena were 7. Carl was 5, and Kate was their mom who was looking after us for the day while Benny, who was 4, was getting checked out in the hospital. Another important part, Kate and her husband Arnold were absolutely rich. They lived in a house that, to me as a kid, was completely huge and daunting. It was built in the 19th century, if not before, and in my memory it was like 8 stories. I'm sure it can't have been that big in retrospect, but it was this very old country house that had been in their family for probably generations at this point. Creepy portraits of various old members of their family hung on the oak-paneled walls. They had a housekeeper, a gardener, and a maid, and there were at least 2 grandfather clocks in the house, and I swear to God there was a genuine suit of armor in one of the corridors. The whole house was absolutely mysterious and wonderful and fascinating, and it smelled of old things. There were numerous cabinets and cupboards to explore, and various closed doors that were tantalizing and appealing, and there was even a music room filled with instruments, including a piano that I was absolutely ready to try out, as I was this up-and-coming pianist who'd passed 3 grades already. Naturally, because it was such a cool house with so much promise and excitement, we were allowed to stay in the freaking hallway, where we were given a box of toys and told to sit on the floor and play all morning. Elena and Carl were both really pale and quiet and pretty weird, and they seemed a little scared of their mom. Hell, me and Benny were scared of their mom. She was strict in a, I want to seem cool and hip, but I also hate kids way, and clearly resented having to raise her own children, let alone look after Benny and I for the day. And I am pretty sure that she wasn't actually Elena's biological mom, but I never had any contact with the family after this one day. Things just didn't fully add up in my young boy mind, and all this just contributes to the mystery in my head. Elena called her Kate, and Carl called her Mom, and at the time, I could not for the life of me work out how or why this was possible. I guess I didn't grasp the idea of a stepmom not being called Mom back when I was 7. After a few hours of mind-numbing boredom in which we were forced to play with toys that were for babies, we had lunch. I forget what it was, but I remember it being the most boring, bland lunch I've ever eaten, and I remember thinking that I was glad that we didn't have a big, valuable house if it meant that you had to eat boring crap as a sort of compromise. Benny was normally the class clown, but I guess he'd been babysat by Kate before because he was on his best boring behavior that day. He'd barely talk, in fact, and it was really unsettling to see my friend acting so muted. He was normally the leader, and he would get us into all sorts of trouble. After lunch, Kate allowed us to play in the garden, which was a sprawling, mysterious wonderland of trees. There was a pond, flower beds, and a vegetable garden. So of course we were only allowed to stay on the patio area, in sight of Kate at all times while she sat in the kitchen watching daytime TV. After half an hour, it began to rain, and Elena and Carl would apparently catch pneumonia if they stayed in the rain, so off we all went back to the cold tiled hallway where we had to play with baby toys again. After a while, Kate announced that she was going to take a nap, and I watched her disappear up 2 flights of stairs. Not that she'd been watching us before, she'd been in the other room with the door half open, but now that Kate had fully left, I was hoping it meant that we could actually do something a bit more exciting. I suggested this to the others, but Elena seemed horrified and said that we had to do what Kate said and we better stay in the hallway playing with Carl's jigsaw puzzles because it wouldn't be good to get into trouble. Benny had gone to the bathroom and hadn't come back for 10 minutes. I looked around at the home with this very sad longing. Surely there had to be something cool we could do. I asked Elena if the house was haunted, and Carl began to sniffle, and Elena explained that he was afraid of ghosts. God, what a crybaby. He made Danny look like a badass, and Elena explained that no, there were no ghosts here. I asked who else lived there, and she said it was just her, Kate, and their dad, who was always away during the week in the city. Even at 7 years old, I knew enough to feel bad for Elena here. Kate clearly wasn't a nice mom, and I kinda understood why Elena was always on her own and lonely at school. I asked about the house staff, and Elena said that they came from the nearby village a few days a week. And I found it incredible that such a huge house could have so few people living in it, especially when the kids seemingly weren't allowed in most of the rooms. Benny still wasn't back, and I needed to use the bathroom. At first, Elena said that I'd have to wait, but then she relented and said that there was one upstairs as long as I promised not to touch or break anything. I needed to pee so bad I thought that I was actually going to wet myself, so I promised her on my life. She told me it was upstairs and on the left, so I ran upstairs, quiet as I could so Kate wouldn't hear and yell at me. I found the bathroom, and it looked and smelled like my great-nan's bathroom, full of pink doilies and one of those knitted toilet roll covers with a doll's body in it. None of it looked like it belonged to a young modern family, and the whole place was so weird. I washed my hands and left the bathroom. I was about to go downstairs and behave myself, honestly, but then I heard sounds coming from one of the rooms. I knew Kate had gone up to the next floor and their dad was away for work, so I thought maybe Benny had come upstairs even though there was no way that he could have gotten up here without seeing me. I approached the door. I heard another sound from inside, and it sounded like a person in distress. To this day, I would swear that I heard the word help. I opened the door, and the sight that lay inside stays with me into adulthood. It was my first real experience of seeing a genuinely sick person. A 4-poster bed sat in the middle of the room, surrounded by translucent medical-style curtains. Monitors and machines beep from beside the bed. I didn't recognize them at the time, but since I know there was at least a heart monitor and some kind of machine to aid with breathing. There were a couple of other machines there too that I can't even begin to tell you the function of. The room stank of illness and antiseptic. It had the function of a hospital room, but otherwise it was like the rest of the house. Oak-paneled walls, old furniture, fancy cabinets, and yes, another grandfather clock. It was just the bed, the machines, and the person in the bed that were out of place. I took a step in the room, trying to see more details of the figure that lay in the bed. I genuinely can't be sure if I'm misremembering this, but in my head, I remember her being fully covered in a sheet, almost like a shroud. I genuinely thought that I was looking at a dead body at first. Then I realized the machines at least suggested that the person was alive, and looking closer I could see the sheet rising and falling as the person breathed. I had a vague understanding of what a coma was, and it occurred to me that this mysterious person hidden away in the bedroom of this huge house might be in one. At least I considered this for a moment when the figure sat bolt upright and yanked the curtain covering the bed away. The person in the bed was a woman. She can't have been older than Kate or Nancy or my own mom, but she looked severely aged at the same time. Her hair was slicked back with sweat, her skin pale and gaunt. She looked a bit like Elena, but ancient. The woman held out a hand to me, and I thought that she was calling to me. She started making sounds with her mouth, this sort of clicking coming from her throat, then moaning, but nothing I could recognize as words. And then her eyes snapped open wide, and so did her mouth, and it was like she was screaming, but silently. Again, I can't be sure if this was just in my head, as the stories become more terrifying to me over the years, but I'm sure she pointed at me. I let out a little scream, turned, ran, and thundered down the stairs. When I asked Elena who the woman in the room was, she looked completely pale and sick. She told me it was her mom, and I told her that no, it wasn't. It was a sick woman, not Kate. Dumbass me couldn't grasp that mom was someone else. Benny had returned from the bathroom by this point, and I started frantically telling him about the sick woman upstairs. His eyes widened, and he said that we should go and check on her. Elena started whispering in panic to us, saying that we mustn't go back upstairs. Carl, of course, started crying again. And before we could do anything, Kate came storming down. And I had never been yelled at by my friend's mom before in a way that Kate screamed at me then, calling me a disobedient little brat, a troublemaker, all sorts of things. I burst into tears. I had no idea what I'd done wrong. I thought someone was in trouble in the room, so I checked on them, and then when I realized I'd disturbed some sick lady, I'd left. Kate was having none of it, though, and said that there was no way that she was putting up with this. She used a lot more swear words than that, and I remember being shocked at an adult talking to me that way. She called up Nancy, who luckily had just gotten out of the hospital with Danny. Kate stared at us silently for 20 minutes it took for Nancy to come collect us. Nancy scolded us repeatedly on the drive home, then made us sit in the utility room for the last hour of the day until Mom came to pick me up. I heard Mom and Nancy talking in quiet voices. Then on the way home, I told Mom exactly what had happened. I guess Mom took my side because that night I heard her on the phone yelling at Nancy that it wasn't appropriate to send me to be looked after by Kate anyway, and that nobody had the right to yell at her kid and punish him for something that he hadn't even done wrong. They stopped being friends after that, and Benny and I kind of stopped hanging out shortly after, which was fine by me because he was always getting me in trouble anyways. I didn't really expect the incident to have such a long-lasting effect in my mind as it has. I have absolutely no idea what was going on in that house. When I saw Elena at school the next week, she was quiet and wouldn't talk to me and had bruises on her arms. I wish I'd been able to do something about it back then. I'm pretty sure some kind of abuse was going on in that household, but as a 7-year-old, I didn't have the vocabulary or know-how to say or do anything about it. I never did find out who that woman was, although I can hazard an educated guess that it was Elena's mom. My own mom has always been under the impression that Elena's mom was dead, so I have no idea why she was sealed away in a room in that house, hooked up to machines. I wish I could solve this mystery. And like I said, maybe your listeners have some theories, but in the meantime, I guess I'll continue waking up in the middle of the night, haunted by nightmares of a dying woman, sitting upright in her sick bed, throwing back her shroud and pointing straight at me. This is a story that happened to me in the UK when I was a kid. Me and my buddy Jim used to hang out at this local park near his house quite a lot, where we'd chill on the swings, smoke on the bench, play a bit of football, you know, the kind of crap teenagers get up to at the park. We were honestly good friends, goody two-shoes even, and just never got up to anything sordid, really. I had a couple of friends who made a hobby of setting fires inside public toilets, like inside the actual toilet bowls, and they'd recently been yanked into the cop shop for a warning, and it had kind of traumatized the poor lads, so Jimbo and I were extra determined to keep our noses clean and be good kids. We were walking back to my house down a street we'd walked down a billion times. Most of the buildings along the street were houses, but a few of them were houses that had been converted into the premises for business. I forget what exactly there was, but one of them was a taxi rank. So they used the living room as a makeshift office, which you could see into through these huge bay windows at the front. There was a 2-car driveway which could house 2 of the taxis, then a couple of other taxis would park on the street. I guess then people would call up and book a taxi and they'd dispatch it to a location, etc. This was years before Uber. Back when in the UK anyway, there would just be a designated area in town and whatever for taxis to wait in, or outside the cinema or Hollywood Bowl and all of that. I guess the taxis stayed on this residential street when they weren't in use because the headquarters were there. I could never work out why they needed a whole house as the taxi rank, nor could I imagine what was in the other rooms. I can make a good guess now, but I don't want to spoil anything. Anyway, I'll call these Jabens Munter taxis because it's as good a name as any. So me and Jimbo were making our way home past Munter taxis when I had to stop to do my shoelace up. These were the days before ChatGPT and Skibbity toilets, so you had to tie your own damn shoes back then. So that's what I did. I stopped and crouched down and began to tie my lace. Shock horror. I guess I'd accidentally decided to stop next to one of Munter taxi's cars though, because within seconds of me dropping to my knees, the door to the taxi rank burst open and an angry middle-aged Turkish guy came charging out. He hooted at the top of his voice, screaming at Jimbo and me. What were we doing? Why had we stopped there? What were we trying to do to his effing taxi? He was sick of us damn R-word kids effing up their cars. Were we cops? Were we keying the taxi? Wait, were we cops? Huh? Now I jumped to my feet, gesturing to my half-tied lace, and told him that I had in fact stopped to tie my shoelace. The Turkish man almost exploded in rage at this. I was absolutely baffled. He grabbed me and slammed me against the taxi, which, yeah, nice one, mate. If you're worried about someone vandalizing your stupid arse car, then good idea slamming a body up against it. And Jimbo, of course, decided that now was the perfect time to start taunting this taxi boss, calling him a prick and demanding that he let go of me, that we weren't doing anything wrong. But if he didn't let me go there and then he'd have a lot to reckon with. And I have no idea what Jimbo even had in mind. I don't think he'd ever thrown a punch in his entire life, and still probably hasn't, but he was a mouthy sod at times. Taxi wanker was having none of it, and dragged me forward, then slammed me back again. Then he threw me aside and pointed at the car. He screamed that I'd put a dent in it when I'd tied my shoelace, and I helpfully pointed out that it was probably when he slammed me against the taxi just then. And this caused him to grab me and punch me in the stomach. Not very hard, but enough to bring tears to my eyes. Jimbo started yelling at him again, this time taking things a bit more seriously. Meanwhile, 2 younger guys came out of the taxi rank, a white guy and another Turkish lad. The Turkish lad looked a bit apologetic, but the white guy was someone I'd seen driving the taxis around town before, a bit of a hard nut. He was holding a plank, getting ready to raise it like he was about to brain me with it. This plank guy started yelling at us alongside the taxi driver, and he said that we were the kids who had been repeatedly vandalizing their taxis, and that we were gonna effing pay now that they'd caught us. I had never touched their damn taxis before, apart from actually using their services a few times, and I told them this. I said we lived nearby and were just walking home, and I'd stopped to tie my lace. I again pointed out that my lace was untied, and if they'd just look, they'd see that I hadn't done anything to the freaking taxi. Young Turk leaned in and whispered something to this taxi guy. Plank guy did that thing that the hard kids in schools do, where they lunge at you and then stop, trying to intimidate me. He waved the plank around, and I genuinely thought that he was going to hit me for a second. Jimbo had his phone out, and this was the days of the Nokia 3310s, so we didn't have cameras and stuff like that, but we did have the means to call the law. Jimbo said he was going to dial 999 because we had nothing to hide, and this caused Taxi Wanker to freak out. He started screaming and hollering that if we called the law, we'd be dead men. And Christ on a cracker, buddy, overreacting much? And that's when I twigged that maybe something more serious was going on here than a taxi firm being protective over their vehicles. I figured we probably needed to extricate ourselves from the situation pretty sharply, and I shot Jimbo a look, hoping he'd understand exactly what I was thinking. Instead, he called the men a bunch of tossers. Well, nothing for it. I shoved Taxi Wanker with all my might, knocking him into the plank man, and then Jimbo and I pounded sand and ran down the street, darting across the busy main road and narrowly missing being flattened by the number 8 bus to Staple Grove. Then we were back at my house and home free. My stomach hurt where Taxi Wanker had punched me, but other than that we were safe, and we vowed that we wouldn't take that shortcut back from the park anymore and thought nothing of it. Now, a few months later, my dad showed me a story in the paper. A local taxi firm had been shut down for their role in distributing heroin and cocaine. And get this, smuggling blood diamonds. And yep, of course, it was Munter Taxis. So I guess that's why they used an entire house as their headquarters, storing and packing drugs, and again, I emphasize this, blood diamonds. Now, Jimbo and I almost came a cropper from honest-to-God blood diamond smugglers. That's kind of badass, if not a bit terrifying, and in retrospect, it's no wonder they got so touchy-feely about me stopping to tie my shoe. This story happened to my mom in the 60s, but she's given me permission to share it with you today. She was about 4 years old and playing with her friends at a local park. It was a whole group of them hanging out in the swings and whatnot. Back then, kids just played without supervision, and we see that as the good old days, but sometimes it's understandable why modern parents are a bit stricter on where their kids can go. Now, this was back in the United Kingdom. Parks used to have a park keeper who would be employed by the council to maintain the grass, keep the play park equipment working, things like that. And now everything is done by outside contractors. But back in the day, it used to be a guy, usually a retiree who wore a park keeper uniform and had a little shack on the corner of the park. Most park keepers would become a popular staple with the kids who played there, and Mr. Claude was no different. Mum says he was a friendly old lad with a twinkle in his eye and a bag of toffees he'd secretly offer to his favorite kids, one of whom was my mum. Mr. Claude was friends with my grandparents too. He'd been a local fixture in the town for as long as they could remember even, and everyone had fond opinions of the old fella. And that's why when Mr. Claude approached Mum in the park that day, she thought nothing of it. He called her over, away from her friends, and patted the bench under the tree for her to sit down. Mum joined him, and he asked if she was having a good day, if she was having fun, if she'd be starting school that autumn, just usual friendly chit-chat from the town's grandpa. Mum was a polite kid who loved to befriend and please adults, so she was only too happy to answer his questions. Mr. Claude reached into his pocket and withdrew his traditional rumpled paper bag of toffees, which he'd buy from the local corner shop. He gave Mum a toffee, and then after a minute, he asked her if she liked kittens. Of course, what little kid doesn't like kittens? So Mum said yes, and Mr. Claude told her that the park cat, Shelley, had recently had kittens and they were in his park keeper's shack on the other side of the park, if she wanted to see them. Mum did, of course. She hadn't really been briefed that well on stranger danger, but she says that even if she had, it was Mr. Claude, so she would have trusted him enough to go with him. Go with him she did, and he led her by the hand to his hut. Inside, he locked the door, not that Mum realized that at the time, and then had her sit on a stool. She looked around but couldn't see Shelley or the kittens anywhere. Mr. Claude made a point of trying to find the kittens and couldn't, and then pulled a little cat sock puppet out of a drawer. Mum says he made her laugh pretending it was Shelley, the park cat, and everything seemed fine. And then Mr. Claude reached into the drawer again and pulled out a magazine. He showed it to Mum and asked her what she thought of it. It was a nudie magazine. Mum told him she didn't know and got shy and a bit scared. And then Mr. Claude began flicking through the magazine, showing her increasingly explicit images of women. Mum can't remember for sure, as it was nearly 60 years ago now, but she thinks she remembers it being some kind of fetish magazine. Mr. Claude began asking her, a little girl, if she liked what was in the magazine. Again, Mom said that she didn't know and began to get a bit tearful and scared. Mr. Claude started to get cross with her and told her that a park keeper was a bit like a policeman, and she had to listen to him and do what he said. I don't want to repeat what he told her to do next, but thank God Mom said no. She jumped off that stool and stomped her foot and told him that grown-ups don't say things like that to little girls. She remembers Mr. Claude laughing at this and telling her that she was a precious little brat. We think that he must have said precocious, but this is how she remembers it. And then he grabbed her by the wrist and began trying to guide her hand somewhere. And to this day, I'm sure someone was looking out for Mum, because before Mr. Claude could do anything, there was a harsh knocking at the door. It was Mum's brothers, Jules and Andrew. They'd come looking for Mum to bring her home for tea, and the other little kids told them that Mr. Claude had taken her to his shed. My Uncle Jules says he always suspected that Mr. Claude was a wrong'un, so he ran straight over. Then when they tried to enter the hut and found it locked, they began to panic. Thankfully, Jules' bashing on the door caused Mr. Claude to panic, and he unlocked the door to let Mum go. When they got home, they told my grandparents how Mr. Claude had tried to behave, but they told Mum that she must have misunderstood him, and that sweet old Mr. Claude wouldn't possibly have wanted to hurt Mum, but she should never go alone with adults like that again, but also definitely shouldn't worry or be traumatized by it. I would be so mad at my grandparents for this, except Uncle Jules concluded the story for us. When the rest of the kids had gone to bed, he stayed up and eavesdropped on Granddad talking to a couple of his work buddies about Mr. Claude. They said it was high time that something was done about that dirty old man. The next week, there was a new park keeper at the local park. Nobody heard from Mr. Claude again. The story went that he'd gone up country to live with his son because he was getting on in years. Maybe that's true. Maybe the local dads chased him off. Or maybe they banded together and delivered another kind of old-fashioned justice. Who can say? Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. Also, I have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, first rule of Fight Club, twerk. By 2014, my friend Lewis and I had been hiking buddies for years, and we went through the forest of Washington and Oregon together, baked ourselves to a crisp in the deserts of the Southwest, and scaled the peaks of the Sierra Nevada side by side. But next on our list was the Frank Church River of No Return Wilderness, or the Frank as everyone calls it. We planned to hike in, camp out, and see what the place had to throw at us. We loaded up the car, drove north from California to Idaho, and set out for what was supposed to be a straightforward long-haul trip. The drive took 2 days of heading up the I-5, then east into Idaho's interior, and then before long, we saw the Frank's 2 million acres sprawled out ahead of us. A chunk of land so big that it dwarfed anything we tackled before. We parked at a trailhead near the middle fork of the Salmon River, in a gravel lot with a faded sign warning about bears and fire bans, and then pulled our packs out from the trunk. They were really heavy, but seeing as they contained our food, our tent, our sleeping bags, our water filters, and much, much more, they were our entire lives at that moment. The first day we stuck to the trail, moving steadily through the pine and trees, and the forest was very quiet, but it was kind of a gentle quiet, and we managed to make it around the 8 miles before we ended up camping near a creek at dusk. and day 2 was pretty much more of the same. We pushed deeper into the woods. The trail was winding through the valleys and up ridges as the underbrush started to get thicker, and it was swallowing up the path entirely in certain spots. We didn't talk much. We just walked, ate some trail mix, and checked out our maps every so often to make sure that we were headed in the right direction. At the end of the day, we pitched the tent on a flat patch of ground, boiled water for these instant noodles that we had, and then pretty much slept like the dead. 18 miles in, the Frank felt like hours. We felt dialed in, and we were ready for more. On the third day, we started to feel a little restless, for want of a better word. Trails were fine for tourists, but we'd come for something real. So when Lewis suggested that we ditch the path and cut cross-country and see what most people missed, I didn't argue. We veered off the trail, and the change was almost instant. The woods turned very dense, with trunks wider than my shoulders and roots that started to sprawl out like veins under the dirt. Moss was pretty much draped on everything, starting to dull the light of the sun coming in, and carpeting the forest floor so thick that it was almost like sponge under our feet. We moved a little slower, avoiding rabbit holes and scrambling over fallen logs, and while it made for much rough going, it truly was worth it. The place felt completely untouched, like we traveled back in time by almost 1,000 years. Then at one point, Lewis suddenly stops and tilts his head to the side like he'd heard something. A second later, I caught it too. This low hum, steady and very out of place. It wasn't the wind or running water. It sounded artificial, almost mechanical. And me and Lewis didn't say anything to each other, we just obeyed our sort of mutual curiosity and followed that noise. The sound grew louder as we pushed forward, then after a few minutes, we broke through this thicket of saplings and saw it. A bunker, sunk into a low rise. A steel door was crooked in the frame, and its concrete shell appeared to be covered in scratched symbols, circles, zigzags, or lines that twisted into nothing really recognizable. And the hum came from inside, and once we were close enough, we could hear that it was some kind of heavy metal, all distorted and screaming vocals. It was then that I saw the door hung almost ajar, just an inch, but enough to allow the noise inside to spill out. Lewis and I stopped dead in our tracks just a few feet short of the bunker's door. The music was aggressive and violent, either death metal or some kind of hardcore, but it wasn't the kind of music that had us approaching with such caution. It was the thought of the people playing it inside. Lewis shot me this look. I mean, sure, there was a chance that it was just a bunch of metalheads throwing a party in some old abandoned metal bunker, but what if it wasn't just that, you know? What if they were way out in the middle of nowhere for a reason? And I remember looking back at Lewis and gently leaning my head back in the direction we'd come as if to say, let's get out of here. And he nodded, then we turned to leave. We were aiming to put miles between us and that place before dark, and neither of us wanted to find either who was down there or what they were doing. But we'd only gone a few hundred yards before they found us. We were walking along discussing who in the hell would build a bunker way out in the middle of nowhere, when two men stepped out from the tree line like they'd been waiting for us. They were wearing full camo, with faces hidden behind balaclavas, and each held a rifle that looked like something like an AK. Barrels were down but gripped very tightly. My blood turned to ice as Lewis and I stopped cold. I could hear him breathing beside me, and I knew that he was sizing them up the same as I was. The two men didn't move. They just stood there for a second, eyes locked on us through those slits in their masks, with the hum from that bunker faintly audible through the trees behind us. And then suddenly, one of them raised their rifle. "On your knees," he said. "Arms up." His voice was flat, cold, and there was no room for debate. I looked at Lewis. His hands were moving toward his pack straps. Counting the people back in the bunker, we were obviously outnumbered, and considering our pistols were still in our packs, we were incredibly outgunned too. I started to ease my arms up, buying time when Lewis moved. He unclipped his pack, let it drop, and then took off running. The thud of it hitting the ground snapped me out of that daze of fear that had come over me, and then yanked my own straps free, ditching that weight and bolted after him. As we ran, a shot cracked out overhead loud enough to make my ears ring. The bark exploded off a tree to my left, showering me with splinters. I ducked, legs pumping, weaving in and out of the tree trunks as I followed Lewis, and then behind me I heard someone yelling, "Cease fire, we need them alive." After hearing that, I thought that they'd ease up, but maybe only a few seconds later more shots started coming out, lower now, kicking up the dirt around my feet. They weren't aiming to kill, they wanted us slowed down, crippled, easier to drag back. My lungs were burning, but I kept going. Lewis was ahead of me, dodging tree trunks, but I matched him step for step. The gunfire suddenly stopped at one point, but we kept on running. I didn't know how far we ran. It had to have been a mile or two, but eventually we stopped. My legs were shaking. My chest was heaving as Lewis braced against a tree. We checked to see if there was anything behind us, but there was nothing. No gunshots, no shouts, just the wind rustling the canopy. We'd lost the men shooting at us, but we'd also lost our packs, meaning all of our food, gear, and maps were now in their hands. It was a pretty bad situation, one of the worst you could ever wish for, but there was nothing else to do but keep moving, so that's what we did. Without our tents and sleeping bags, that first night was brutal. The temperature dropped fast, cold seeping through my clothes and into my bones, and my stomach growled, loud in the quiet, but there was nothing to eat, and we just huddled against a fallen log and jackets were pulled tight around us. I kept my eyes open, expecting those men to creep up on us in the dark with their rifles ready, but they didn't. Lewis barely slept either. We just sat there waiting for dawn. Morning eventually came, and with it, it brought hunger. We found some berries growing on a low bush. They were sour and barely ripe, and I ate a handful. I grimaced as everything was staining my fingers, and Lewis did the same. We knew enough to avoid the toxic stuff, years of hiking paying off, but it wasn't enough to silence the hunger pangs. We eventually used the sun as a guide when it peeked through the trees, and we started moving south and towards the car. My head ached, this dull thud behind my eyes, but we had to keep moving. And the forest just stretched on, swallowing every sound but just our footsteps, and my boots were rubbing blisters into my heels. And we walked all day, stopping only to scoop water from some stream with our hands. Night eventually came again, and we found a shallow dip under an overhang of rock. We couldn't light a fire, as that was probably too risky, but we had no food to cook anyway. I eventually slept in little bits, waking up to every rustle of leaves or shift of the wind. And day 3, I have to say, was the worst. My legs felt like lead. We found more berries, a few edible roots that Lewis recognized, but again, they barely touched the hunger. My vision blurred at the edges, and exhaustion was starting to sink deep. I lost track of time and just followed Lewis's back as he trudged along ahead. He didn't look much better than I did. His shoulders were slumped and his pace was slowing, and we didn't talk about the men or the bunker or the guns. We just didn't say anything at all. We just kept walking. When we hit the dirt road, I swear that I could have cried with relief. It was nothing but a thin, rutted track cutting through the trees, barely wide enough for a truck, but my God, it was a road. We stumbled along it until a ranger station came into view. It was a low wooden building with a pickup parked out front. We were filthy, scratched up, our eyes sunken into their sockets. The ranger inside, a guy with a gray beard and a faded NPS patch, took one look at us and said, "I'll get you boys some coffee." And as we sipped from our cups, we told him everything. The bunker, the weird graffiti that we saw on the side with the symbols, the men with the rifles, and the fact that they chased us. He called the police, who showed up an hour later and took our statements and then sent rangers to check that spot. And we were hopeful. But when those rangers came back, they said the bunker was completely empty. No people, no gear, just the concrete shell and those scratched up symbols. There was no sign of our packs either. And the police didn't seem surprised. One of them even said the Frank had a history of militia activity. Armed groups that'd gather, train, and sometimes party out there away from prying eyes. He figured we'd probably cross paths with a nasty one, violent types who didn't like witnesses, and we were lucky to be alive. They told us not to go back, not through that area anyway, and that was it. No arrests, no leads, just a warning and a shrug. And driving home, Lewis stared out the passenger window, staying silent almost the whole way. I gripped the wheel, my knuckles were turning white just replaying all of that in my head. The forest that had been ours once, a place of sanctuary and recreation, but on the drive back it felt like something else, something hostile and uninviting. Lewis and I didn't talk about hiking again for a while, not in the Frank, not anywhere, and I've often wondered who those men were and if they ever returned, rifles in hand, watching for the next pair of idiots to step too close. A long time ago now, my buddy Andre and I went hiking on the Lost Coast Trail. We'd been at it since early morning, walking along the trails, laughing about stupid stuff from work and just kind of soaking in the peace. By noon, my legs were pretty much screaming and I could tell Andre was feeling it too, so we stopped to check the map and catch our breath. We found a little clearing just off the path with a big flat rock that looked good enough to sit on. I dropped my pack, pulled out my water bottle, and took a long swig while Andre unfolded the map. He was always better with directions, so I let him figure out where we were while I rested. Andre was kind of just muttering to himself, tracing a finger along the map when it happened. This huge shadow slid over us, like someone had flicked a switch and turned off the sun for a second. It wasn't a little patch of shade either. It was big enough to cover the whole clearing. I remember freezing mid-sip, water dribbling down my chin as I looked up, but the sky was still that perfect, endless blue with not a cloud in sight. And Andre must have seen it too, because he stopped talking and snapped his head up just as it passed over and the light returned. "What the hell was that?" He sounded spooked, and I didn't answer right away. Instead, my eyes were darting around, scanning the treetops and the skies for anything that might explain the large shadow that passed over, but there was nothing. There were no planes up there, no birds, and this was way before drones, too. I didn't know of anything that could have made a shadow that big, let alone something that could move so fast and so quiet it was almost gliding. And then the breeze hit. It came out of nowhere, stiff and cold, rustling the trees around us and kicking up dust from the trail. It didn't feel like normal wind. It felt like it was chasing whatever had passed over us, like it was part of it somehow. I felt the hairs on my neck stand up, and Andre went pale. He lowered the map and spun around, looking in every direction. "You saw that, right?" I just nodded because what else was there to say, really? We stood there for a minute, maybe two, waiting for something to happen, and my heart was thumping at a mile a minute and I could hear Andre breathing hard next to me. The woods had gone quiet. There were no birds, no bugs, just silence. It was like everything was holding its breath, the same as we were. I kept expecting to see something break through the trees or drop out of the sky, but there was just nothing. The sun was back, bright as ever, like it had never left. "We should go," I said, and Andre didn't argue. He grabbed the map off the ground and stuffed it into his pack, and we started moving. Neither of us said it out loud, but I knew that we were both thinking the same thing. Get out of there now. We didn't even bother sticking to the trail. We just headed straight back the way we came, cutting through bushes and trees and ducking under branches. I kept my eyes on the sky, half expecting that shadow to come back, and I could tell Andre was doing the same. Every light breeze or rustle of leaves made me jump, and I had this awful feeling whatever it was would come back. It took us maybe an hour to get back to the trailhead, though it felt like longer. I was burning up, and my shirt was soaked with sweat by the time we saw the parking lot. Andre's truck was still there, right where we'd left it, and I don't think I've ever been so relieved to see a beat-up old Ford. We threw our packs in the back and climbed in, and for a while, we just kind of sat there catching our breath, staring out the windshield at the trees. And after a while, Andre broke the silence, asking, "It was probably just a bird, like a hawk or something flying low. Shadows can look bigger than that, than they are, right?" He didn't sound convincing, but I could tell that he was trying to talk himself into it. "Right," I said, nodding even though I didn't believe it. "And the wind was just a coincidence." He agreed as he started the engine, and I could hear the relief in his voice, like saying out loud made it true. "We're just freaking ourselves out over nothing," he said, and I wanted to agree with him, I really did, but I couldn't. A bird made sense, a big turkey vulture or an eagle swooping down, catching the light just right, and the breeze could have been random too. It's not like the weather stays still in the woods, but deep down I knew it didn't add up. That shadow had been too big and too solid. It wasn't some flimsy bird shape. It was thick, heavy, like something massive had passed over us. And then the way it moved, so smooth and quick, it didn't feel like anything I'd ever seen in the sky before. We drove back to town mostly quiet, radio filling in the space between us and country songs, and every now and then Andre would just glance at me and I could tell that he was still rattled, and so was I. When we got to my place, he didn't stick around like he usually did after a hike. There was no cracking open a beer or rehashing the day. He just said that he'd see me later and peeled out, like he couldn't wait to put distance between him and what happened. And to be honest, that night I couldn't sleep. All I could think about was that shadow and the breeze and the way the woods just went quiet. I told myself it was stupid, that we just spooked ourselves like a couple of kids, but I really couldn't shake it. And eventually weeks went by and we didn't talk about it again. Life went back to normal, or at least it tried to, with work and bills and the usual grind helping us keep our minds off the shadow. I even went hiking again, though not on that trail, and nothing weird happened. But every time I'm outside now, especially on a clear day, I catch myself looking up. I don't know what I'm expecting to see, but I can't help it. That shadow's still there in the back of my mind, and I still get the feeling that whatever caused it wasn't just some bird. I looked it up online once, late at night when I couldn't stop thinking about it. I typed stuff like big shadow in sky and unexplained things in woods into Google before scrolling through pages of conspiracies and blurry photos. Some people talked about UFOs, others about giant birds or government experiments, but none of it seemed to fit, not entirely anyway. Whatever we saw, or whatever we didn't see, seemed stranger than that, like it was something that didn't belong. My mind wandered, exploring possibilities, but in the end, I felt silly. I just shut my laptop, feeling dumber for even trying. Andre and I still hang out, but we really don't hike much anymore. It's not like we decided that, we just stopped planning trips, and I think we both know why. Neither of us wants to say it, but the day changed something. We can't really laugh it off, call it a fluke, but there's this sort of quiet thing between us now, a sort of shared secret that we don't touch. Sometimes I wonder if it's still out there, circling the woods, waiting for someone else to come across it. I'll never forget how small it made me feel, standing in that clearing watching the sky for something that never showed itself. I don't know if it's dangerous, or if it's just there, but I know deep in my gut that it isn't normal. I was part of a search and rescue team dispatched to Olympic National Forest in the summer of 1983. The call came in late Tuesday night just as I was finishing a shift at the station. Terry Fishgold, a local hiker who had been walking the trails for years, hadn't returned from one of his solo trips. His wife had waited until Monday evening before she called it in, figuring he'd just stayed out longer than expected. When he still wasn't back by Tuesday, she gave us the details and a description of his gear. His last known location was a trailhead near the Quinault River, and his intended destination was a ridge around 8 miles north. It sounded routine. Terry knew the forest and we had a clear starting point, so I'd have bet my last dollar on us finding him by sundown. But as it happened, that particular search and rescue operation proved anything but routine. Including local law enforcement and a bunch of civilian volunteers, around 30 to 40 of us gathered at the trailhead just before dawn on that Wednesday. We loaded up with the usual, radios, first aid kits, maps, rope, and flashlights, and then split the search area into a grid. My team and I took the western edge of the grid, near the river, while the others fanned out east. The plan was to sweep north, hit the ridge by nightfall, find Fishgold, and bring him home. Then, at exactly 5:47 a.m., we hit the trails. The first few hours dragged on with little to report. We moved slow, scanning for broken branches, scuffed dirt, or anything that might show Terry had passed through. We'd called out his name every so often, but apart from that, the forest was quiet. But then, around noon, the voice of one of my team members buzzed through my radio and broke the silence. He'd found something. I adjusted my course and then hiked a half-mile east to meet the rest of my team. When I got there, they were all looking up. High up in some tree about 30 feet off the ground was a backpack. It was torn open, its straps were flapping, and the contents had spilled out onto the branches and ground below. From its appearance alone, we knew it was Fishgold's, and it was just as his wife had described it, a green Keltie with a red patch stitched on the side. One of my team, a guy named Jim, volunteered to climb up, rigging a rope and harness while we watched from below. And the tree was thin, its branches were too slender to hold much weight, yet the pack was lodged up there, caught like it had been thrown with an impressive amount of force. When Jim brought it down, we saw the damage up close. The fabric was shredded, with long gashes running through it. No bites or scratches from what we could tell, it was more like something sharp had ripped it apart. Inside, Terry's water bottle was cracked and a soggy sandwich sat just half eaten and crushed with the dirt. And there was no blood though, not yet from what we could see. That came afterwards. 2 hours later, one of my team radioed in. She'd found one of Terry's boots in a small clearing. I hiked over and there it was, just like the Danners his wife had mentioned him wearing, brown leather, laces tied, standing upright like he'd stepped right out of it. No blood, no damage, just the boot sitting there alone. We marked the spot and moved on, figuring the other one would turn up close by. It didn't. About an hour later, one of the other teams called from the eastern edge of the search ring, almost 2 miles away, and when I heard what they had to say, my blood turned to ice. They'd found the second boot, but it wasn't empty. Terry's foot was still inside, cut off just above the ankle. The bone break wasn't clean, the skin was torn and a few flies were circling it. And the blood was still sticky too, meaning it hadn't been there very long. The other team said that they snapped a few photos for the report and then they bagged it and moved on, but after that, the forest started to feel heavier to me. We'd seen bad injuries before, falls, shootings, animal attacks, but this didn't fit. A bear might tear into someone, but it wouldn't leave a foot in a boot, severed clean and dropped miles from the other one. We widened the search after that, breaking the grid into tighter sections, and not long after we noticed the blood. The first time I spotted some, it was on a tree. It was a small smear, no bigger than a coin, staining the bark at eye level. One of my team found another spot 10 feet away, higher up, like it had been flicked there. Then another pointed out more droplets splattered across a cedar's lower branches. We started marking them with flags, and it didn't take long to see the pattern, or rather the lack of one. The blood was everywhere, tiny specks of it spread across the forest in every direction. I'd taken a few steps and find another dot, and then another, like someone had taken a blood-soaked rag over entire sections of the woods. But late afternoon we'd covered almost half the grid and found nothing. No body, no clothes, just the pack, the boots, and his blood. A few hours later, the sun was starting to set and a fog was rolling in. We stuck closer as a group, not really talking much at all. We just kept moving, marking blood spots and searching for our missing hiker. Night came fast and we set up a base camp near the ridge. The plan was to rest as much as possible and then pick up at dawn, but I couldn't sleep. The forest was too quiet. There really didn't seem to be any wind or animals, just this sort of eerie silence. Then, at around midnight, I heard a branch snapping. It was loud and sharp, maybe 100 yards out. I sat up, grabbed my flashlight, and swept that beam across the trees, but I didn't see anything move. I stayed put and things stayed quiet till I was relieved, but it was the same unnatural quiet, the kind that you'd never hear in the woods at night unless something's making everything else stay quiet. I got a few hours of sleep after a teammate took over the watch, but morning didn't bring me any relief. We packed up and pushed north, following that blood trail, and it kept going, smeared on trunks and dotted on branches, with some spots so high that I had to tilt my head all the way back to see them. I found one mark on a pine tree 10 feet up, with no limbs below it to climb. The blood looked fresh, like it had been put there while we slept, and I remember that sense of creeping apprehension growing as I marked it on the map. One of my team found a cluster of droplets on a rock, arranged in a rough half circle. Another spotted more on a fallen log, a thin line of blood streaking the moss. We stopped trying to make sense of it at that point. We just kept going, hoping to find Terry or, by then, what was left of him. And by noon on the second day, we'd reached the outer edge of the search area. But on account of the pieces we'd found, the prospects of finding Fishgold alive were getting slimmer by the minute. We tried our best, covered all of the ground we'd set out to, but it was no good. We called off the search on the afternoon of the third day. Terry was obviously dead. No one could lose that much blood and still be walking around. We radioed it in, packed it up, and left the rest to local law enforcement. When we hit the trailhead, I looked back. The trees were just standing still, the fog was starting to roll in again, and officially, Terry wasn't anywhere in the grid. But my gut told me that wasn't all the way true. The official report listed this as an animal attack. The bear made sense for the torn pack and the severed foot, but I knew that it wasn't right. No bear could toss a pack 30 feet into a tree, onto branches too weak to hold its weight. No bear could spread blood across miles of forest, painting it on bark and rocks like some deliberate mark. I've seen bear kills. The torn flesh, the scattered bones, the mess of guts left behind. But this was different. The report got filed. Terry Fishgold was declared deceased and his body stayed unrecovered. It was one of 3 failed missions that we had in the 1980s. Most of us moved on after that and took desk jobs or left the field entirely, but I couldn't let it go. The pack and the tree stuck with me, and every so often my mind would wander off and I'd see the pack hanging there, shredded and out of reach. I'd think about that foot and that boot too, all raggedly severed like it had been torn off and dropped for us to find. I'd remember all that blood and how the branch snapped, sharp and close, and how I'd been almost certain that something was out there watching us. The team didn't talk about it much after. One of my search and rescue team members, Paul, stayed in touch the longest, and years later I asked him what he thought actually happened. He simply told me, we didn't find him because he wasn't there to find. And I knew what he meant. I just didn't agree that he wasn't there. Whatever took Terry wasn't a bear, but it tore him apart piece by piece and marked the forest with what was left. I think he was still there too, or I know he was, because of how fresh the blood was on that second day. Another team member, Lisa, quit search and rescue a year after. She moved inland away from the trees and didn't leave a number. And Sarah disappeared too, not missing, just kinda gone, not forwarding an address. Our guy Jim stuck around much longer, and he got kinda quiet and he started to drink more, and I heard that he took a job with the Forest Service. Irony of ironies, really, though he never really talked about that mission. I don't blame him. We all carried it differently, but we carried it all nonetheless. I kept the map from that search. The blood marks are still on it. Little X's in red ink stretching across the grid like a web. I don't look at it often, and when I do, it's not unusual for a shiver or two to run down my spine. Terry was gone, but something else was there instead, waiting in the woods we'd never search again. I used to be a forestry surveyor back in the 90s, working up in Van Tut National Park in Yukon, Canada. On paper, the job was simple. Map the land, mark the trees, note the changes. But in practice, out there, it was anything but. The park stretched over 4,000 square kilometers, a sprawl of dense forest, jagged ridges, and boggy lowlands that could swallow a man whole. I'd been at it for years, comfortable with the solitude and the long days of nothing but myself in the forest. In late August of 1993, I was deep in the interior, further than I'd ever gone before. My pack was heavy with gear, the nearest road was a 3-day hike, and the ranger station even further. I was completely and utterly alone, and that's how I liked it. The day started normal. I woke up at dawn, broke camp, and headed north through a thick stand of spruce, and I'd been following a drainage line, plotting its curve for the survey when the trees ahead started to look a little off. They weren't standing right. They were tilted, leaning outward like they'd been pushed by some powerful force. I stopped, adjusted my pack, and squinted through the branches. Beyond them was a clearing, a rough circle punched into the forest. I stepped closer, my boots were sinking in slightly into the earth, and that's when I saw it. Everything within that circle, the trees, the shrubs, the dirt itself, it was all bleached and ashy white. Not burned, not frosted, just sort of drained of color. The trees kind of stood there like skeletons, their bark peeling in dry, powdery flakes, and as I walked, the brittle ground crunched under my weight. I'd seen plenty in those woods. Fire scars, beetle kills, even the aftermath of a bear tearing through a campsite. But this was different. I moved forward, drawn toward the center despite the growing sense of unease in my gut. There, in the middle of it all, was a crater. It was small, maybe 3 feet wide and 2 feet deep, little more than a shallow scoop in that white earth, and I stood over it staring down. There was no meteorite, no rocks, no sign of what had just made it, just an empty hole. I remember how still the air was. No birds, no winds, no nothing, and how I felt a sharp and sudden chill crawl up my spine. I couldn't place it, but something about that spot made my skin prickle, like I was being watched by very unkind eyes. I shifted my weight, and I decided that I needed proof. I dropped my pack and pulled out my analog camera. My hands were trembling as I fumbled with the lens cap, but I managed to line up some shots. I got some wide angles of the blasted trees and a few of the white expanse, and then close-ups of the crater itself. The shutter clicked with each photo. I took a dozen pictures, maybe more, becoming more and more unsettled as I did. This wasn't just another log entry. This was something my bosses needed to see, something the scientists were going to be very interested in. And once I was done, I packed the camera away and slung my bag over my shoulder and started that trek back, only too glad to be getting away from that place. I knew there had to be an explanation for it, but still, the place just gave me the willies seeing the aftermath. The walk out of the woods was a long one, maybe 6 or 7 hours in total, and I planned to camp another night, but after seeing that strange white patch of forest, I wanted solid walls around me at that point. The first couple of hours were fine, just the usual ache in my shoulders from the weight of my pack, but then after a while, the headache started. I figured it was the strain, maybe dehydration, so I stopped and drank pretty deep from my canteen, but it didn't help. My stomach started twisting into knots, a kind of dull pang that got sharper with every step, and by the time I hit the last ridge before the ranger station, I was sweating like a pig. With the station in sight, I stopped and leaned against a tree to catch my breath, but then just as it felt like my head was clearing, I threw up. I vomited. It hit me fast, a hot rush that left me gasping. I spit and wiped my mouth and realized that there might genuinely be something wrong with me. I stumbled through the door of the station just a few minutes later. The ranger on duty, a guy named Pete, looked up from his logbook and just froze. I must have been a sight. Pale, sweaty, and swaying back and forth, probably a little puke still on my shirt, and he grabbed the radio before I could even say anything and then barked something about a medical pickup. I didn't hear the rest. My legs gave out and I hit the ground and I puked again. Pete rushed over as my vision started to blur and I felt hands on me and then just nothing. I woke up in an ambulance. My head pounded. My skin was thick with sweat and an oxygen mask covered my mouth and nose. The paramedics were there and their voices were very professional as they asked their questions like where I'd been, what I'd eaten, or if anything had bitten me. And I mumbled about the crater and the white trees, but the words came out just kind of jarbled. And I don't know if they gave me anything, but I remember blacking out again, and the next time I opened my eyes, I was in a hospital bed. And the room was sterile. There were white walls and these beeping machines with an IV line tugging at my arm, and I just felt completely hollowed out, but I guess I was alive. When a nurse realized that I was awake and that I could hear her, she called a doctor into the room, and he was a tired-looking man with these very thin glasses, and I was relieved when he told me that it was good news. He said their best guess was that I'd been hit with some kind of viral infection, something really nasty that most probably came from an insect bite. But after stabilizing me with IV fluids and antivirals, I'd probably be out in a few days. I nodded. My throat was dry, but my mind went straight to that crater. It wasn't a bite. I knew it wasn't. I told him about the impact site, the bleached circle, and the empty hole, and he listened, scribbling some notes, and then left. And he said he'd keep it in mind, but I knew he wasn't listening. Delirious people probably say crazy stuff to him all the time. All the doctors can do is work with what's in front of them. And I got discharged a few days later, still shaky but able to stand on my own, probably with a hefty bill. And back at headquarters, I handed over my camera. My boss, this gruff guy named Harris, took it off my hands after asking me to go over what I'd seen. And after that, I sat in the break room while the tech developed the film. I needed those pictures. They'd show that I wasn't crazy and that something real had actually happened out there. Now, just so you know, some National Park Service facilities used to have photo darkrooms to develop film photographs taken by rangers and photographers. And that tech eventually came back about 90 minutes later, and his face was just blank. He laid out the prints on the table, and my heart sank. Every shot of the impact site was a white, fuzzy blur. Not overexposed, not underexposed, just a static mess of nothingness. The other photos, the ones from earlier in the trip, were fine, but the crater and the trees and the bleached white bark and soil, they were all gone. I remember staring at the prints. My hands were clenching the table at the time, and the tech just shrugged, muttering something about a bad roll. Harris didn't say much, he just told me that I had it rough and I should take it easy. And no one accused me outright, but I felt it. These sort of side glances, the way conversation stopped whenever I walked into a room. They didn't think that I was lying, but they sure as hell thought that I'd imagined the whole thing while burning up with some fever. And I tried explaining how the timing didn't fit, how I'd been fine until I left that impact site, but no matter what I said, they'd still give me these insincere nods and looks of pity. And without proof, it was just me talking, and my words simply wasn't cutting it. In the end, Harris told me to just drop it, and that it was bothering the rest of the team, so I tried to. Routine dulled the edges, and just keeping busy with these mapping trails, counting trees, and filing reports made it easy to pretend that I'd moved on, but I hadn't, and I really couldn't. Every other trip out, I'd scan those woods, sort of half expecting to see that ashy glow between tree trunks, and I wanted more than anything to find that strange white impact site again so I could mark it on my map. But at the same time, I didn't want to expose myself, or anyone else for that matter, to whatever made me sick. And that's what made it easier to keep my mouth shut, but I never forgot about it. I started warning the new guys to stay away from anything strange or unfamiliar. And they just kind of grinned, thinking that I was spinning some tale or playing a trick on them, but I meant every word. The forest wasn't just trees and dirt. Sometimes it hides things that'll make you sick, things that just don't belong. Now time rolled on, and after my retirement in '04, I moved south to a little house near Whitehorse, and the nightmares eventually tapered off, but that memory really stuck around. I'm old now, pushing 70, and I wanted to share this with you all. My hands shake worse than they did back then, and my knees creak when I stand up, but my mind works just fine, and sometimes I get to thinking about what I saw up there back in the 90s. I kept those blurry photos, shoved in some envelope in my desk drawer, and every so often I might pull them out and just stare at those white smears and sort of wonder. And after doing some reading, the meteorite theory just doesn't quite fit. There was no debris, no heat scars, and if I had been exposed to radiation or some kind of chemical, then the doctors would have found it in my system during one of their tests, I assume. And I guess I can't rule it out entirely, but I'm not a believer in anything celestial or intergalactic, and most likely there's a total rational explanation for what I saw and what happened to me afterwards. I just can't for the life of me figure out what that is. I'd like to know, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, in my old age, I guess it doesn't matter. Because whatever it is if I ever see it again, I'm walking straight the other way. A few years back, I decided to go for a hike by myself. It wasn't something I did often, but I'd been feeling cooped up, like I needed to get out and breathe some fresh air. I grabbed my keys, threw a water bottle into my backpack, and drove out to this trail that I'd heard about. It was an hour or so from my house, tucked away in some woods that I'd never explored before, and the drive was quiet, just me, the hum of my engine, and the trees blurring past the windows. I parked my car in a little gravel lot near the trailhead, locked it up, and started walking. But that's where things get a little fuzzy. The next clear memory that I have is me driving back home, hands on the wheel and the sun dipping low like hours had just slipped by. But everything between? Gone. There was a black spot in my head, like someone snipped out a chunk of film and stitched the ends back together. I tried to piece everything back together that night, sitting on my couch with a beer that I barely touched. I could picture myself pulling into that lot, the gravel that was under my tires, the faded wooden sign marking the trail, and I could even see myself stepping into the woods and hiking steadily along the trail. There's this one fleeting image that keeps popping up. Me walking through those woods, everything calm, but that's pretty much it. Everything else is just a blank wall in my mind before I'm back in my car, driving home like nothing happened. It creeped me out very badly, and I kept asking myself what the hell could have happened, but I couldn't think of anything. The next day I called in sick to work. My head was feeling pretty heavy and I couldn't focus, and I kept staring at my hiking boots by the door. They seemed to be caked in mud, little pine needles sticking in the laces, and all the proof that I'd been out there, I guess, but I couldn't remember stepping in that mud or brushing against those trees. I started wondering if I'd hit my head or something, so I went to the doctor. He poked at me and asked some questions. He checked my eyes and my reflexes, all that kind of stuff, and he said I seemed fine, that there were no signs of a concussion or anything weird, and he told me to come back right away if it happened again and got another one of those memory gaps. I said I would, but driving home from that appointment, I felt this in the pit of my stomach. He said I was fine, but I didn't feel right. That evening, I remember sitting on the couch in front of the TV, but I wasn't really watching. I was just thinking, sort of like waiting for something to click. I thought maybe I just zoned out on that hike, like when you drive somewhere familiar and don't remember the turns. But that wasn't that. This was hours upon hours that I couldn't remember, like they'd been stolen from me. So I got up and grabbed my phone and looked up that trail online. It was called Black Pine Loop, some old path not many people used anymore, and I scrolled through a couple of hiking forums hoping for something useful, but most posts were a whole bunch of nothing. People talked about deer sightings or how the trail needed upkeep, but then I found this one thread, buried deep from a guy who'd hiked a few years before me. He said that he'd felt off the whole time, like something was wrong with the woods, and he said he found a stretch of trail where the trees looked wrong, very thin, twisted like they had some type of disease. He didn't mention anything about memory loss or anything like that, but reading about those trees got me thinking, and then by the time I got to overthinking, I shut my phone off and didn't look again. And days eventually turned into weeks, and I tried letting it go, and I didn't tell anyone about it. Not my friends or family. I mean, really, what was I going to say? Hey, I went for a walk and forgot the whole damn thing? They'd probably think I was nuts. I'd catch myself zoning out, staring at nothing. Sometimes I'd think it was happening again, and panic would start to hit. But thankfully it hasn't. But still, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever happened with that time loss was tied to that trail. When I was a kid, my family loved the outdoors. My dad was in the Air Force, stationed at Hill Air Force Base in Utah, so we often went to Farmington Canyon, especially in the fall when the trees turned bright red and gold. The drive took about an hour, but the dirt road was scary. It hugged tight against rock walls on one side with a steep drop on the other. Sometimes, cars had to creep past each other, inches from the cliff, and I'd look out my window and see tiny trees far below, and I remember kind of just shuddering. One trip stands out back in the 90s. I was thrilled because we were camping in a tent, a rare treat for me. My dad's bad back usually meant day trips or cabins, but this time we borrowed an old 70s tent from a garage sale. Me, my parents, and my siblings and our 2 dogs piled into the car. We reached the campsite by a creek in the late afternoon and then set up the tent, laughing as the dogs just chased each other. We built a fire, ate some hot dogs, and then when it got dark, we doused the fire and crawled into our sleeping bags. I fell asleep to the sound of the creek, but sometime later I woke up. One of our dogs was growling low, his fur bristling, and at first I thought it was just a rabbit because earlier we'd seen a few hopping around. Then I heard it. Crunch, crunch. The sound of footsteps on the forest outside. My whole body froze, stiff as a board. Someone was out there, moving around our camp. I was so scared I could barely breathe. The footsteps got closer and I heard them circle the tent slowly. The dog's growling got louder, but I stayed still, too scared to move, and I could tell the person was poking around, maybe checking our stuff. They even tugged at the car door, but it was locked. Was it a camper from another site? Someone lost, or something worse, someone who wanted to hurt us? I heard them crunching again, louder right by the tent, and I squeezed my eyes shut, praying that they'd go away. The dog growled sharper, and suddenly, the footsteps stopped. They then started again faster and moving away. I laid there, my heart was pounding until I couldn't hear them anymore. I don't know how long I stayed frozen, but eventually I heard my dad's whisper. He'd been awake the whole time listening too, and he didn't say it, but I could tell he was scared. He waited a bit, shook my mom and siblings awake, and then announced that we were leaving. We packed up fast. No one talked much, just stuffed sleeping bags and tore down the tent by flashlight, and the dogs stayed close, but they were still on edge. It was around 1 a.m. when we piled into that car. The canyon road was darker than ever, and as we drove, I kept looking out the window, half expecting to see someone in the shadows. My dad mentioned seeing cars full of college kids heading up earlier, and he said maybe it was one of them, but he didn't sound too sure. We got home safe, but I didn't sleep that night. None of us did. Was it someone who was lost, looking for help? A thief checking campsites, or someone who lived in the woods, watching us from the dark? I'll never know. But even now, years later, when I hear the crunching of footsteps on the forest floor, my heart